My Family Thinks I'm Crazy, a podcast where I, your host, try to give you some tips on how you can explain all this weird, wild, crazy conspiracy stuff to the people you love most. Because that's what I've been trying to do for the past 10 years with no success.
I've been telling everybody that our government is shady, but every time I do, my family thinks I'm crazy. The hollow earth, UFOs, aliens invading, fluoride in the water, they spray our skies daily. When I talk about these things, they think I'm crazy. There's no escaping anymore the evil that we're facing. Illuminati mind control, they're sacrificing babies. The end of days, but anyways, my family thinks I'm crazy.
What, they don't want to listen to you?
No, they don't want to listen. They don't want to hear it. They're just like, oh, here we go, Mark. Off again with your...
Mark being Mark again.
Yeah. So, that's the thing about podcasts is when you're on the air, and it's like therapy, If I can't talk to my family about this stuff, I'll talk to you, Matt, and all our listeners.
You always start your whole podcast.
Yeah. So who are we talking about today, Matt?
They think that I'm crazy. They really think that I'm crazy. They really think that I'm crazy. My family thinks that I'm crazy.
Mark especially, because he acted a fool.
Mark did act a fool.
Crazy to be like 6'5" and he's walking to a room and his fucking tower over everyone. That's got to be a weird.
Dude, you have
reality
like a
going
gravitational pull when you're that big. Like you walk into a room and everybody's just like, what the fuck just walked into the room?
Yeah.
It's like, but the only thing I don't like about it is like the townspeople will turn on you quick. When you're a tall guy, like they'll love you right away, but they'll turn on you.
Well, there's a.
They all secretly they want to see your downfall.
Oh, for sure.
Well, there's also a certain type of like shorter dude who like fucking like tries to attack tall guys.
Yeah.
I've seen this in
They're called
action.
Italian.
I was thinking about how much I podcast and I don't know what to think about myself. I pod.
It's torture.
I pod so much, dude.
Me too.
I pod.
Dude, this is...
I fucking pod so fucking
Oh my
much. All I do is pod.
Mark Steves, My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. He's on there now. There you go, Mark. Look how nice I am.
Since we're a funny, foolish podcast, we could do like a quick review of our podcast so far.
Mark P. Okay, this guy's losing his mind. Don't listen to him. Mark Palmer's cool. How are you, brother?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy 100th episode. That's right. We are here, the big 100 milestone. Thank you for being here with us. And today I'm just going to do a really cool shout out, wrap up, review episode. And at the end, I included a sort of roundtable birthday surprise podcast that Tara put together on Alex Stein's Conspiracy Castle live stream, and we recorded it over here on my end, and I thought, wow, what a better way to celebrate the 100th episode than by using that episode. And what a wonderful gift for someone to give someone. So thank you so much, Tara. This episode is dedicated to you with all my heart. And to you, the listeners, thank you for listening to the show. I hope you enjoy this review. I included a lot of cool stuff from past episodes, as well as a new segment where I gave the patrons all spirit animal names. So stick around for that. Very fun stuff. And then for all of our free listeners and Instagram subscribers and whatnot, and even some patrons, We have some messages that I read, and shout-outs were given out, and we had some audio messages that came in, so please stick around for that, and you might be heard on the podcast, your message or even your audio message. So stick around. We got into a bunch of stuff, even my story about Amos, which was really cool. An opportunity to break that down and let you guys in on a little bit more about me. I hope people find this episode and they listen to it. If anything, it'll show you some older episodes that you might have missed, and you can go back and have my recommendation to go and check them out. Because once a podcast gets up to 100, people tend to pick and choose, and other people tend to be the type to just start at episode 1 and listen all the way through. That's kind of what I like to do. So if you want to go back into the older episodes and you're a newer listener of the show, definitely stick around for some of my recommendations. I got into some of the earlier episodes and broke them down and shouted out some past guests and some meaningful people. Big shout out to Michael Wann with the Your Handbook for the Apocalypse podcast that him and I do each week. Shout out to Generation Z. They do a podcast with me every month on the periodic table of elements. And shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, Sam Tripoli, for making this all somewhat possible. Obviously, I did work hard to get to where I'm at. Studying all this stuff is kind of anachronistic to what society encourages, so it felt like a fool's errand for the longest time, but now I feel like I had an opportunity to become the fool on the tarot card and make my way along the path of the tarot. And if you don't know what any of that means, stay tuned, because we got a bunch of really awesome episodes coming out this month. So thank you so much for being here on the 100th episode on November 11th. Thank you, folks, and enjoy this intro to the show / review / my family thinks I'm crazy mega marathon 100th episode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 100th episode of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. I'm your host, Mark Palmer, and on today's show, we're going to do a whole bunch of different things. I hope that people who find this show for the first time check out episode 100 first, because this is going to be your guide to the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast thus far. We got a lot of shout-outs towards the mid portion of the episode, so stay tuned for that. A lot of folks who have been sending in really awesome messages. You got a shout out. Right on. Stay tuned for that. But before we get to that, I wanted to highlight some of my past guests and favorite episodes. We can even get into the statistics, and I'll tell you guys what the best episodes are. And don't worry, patrons. I love you guys. And I will be giving you all personalized shout-outs towards the middle portion of this episode as well. So sign up today, patreon.com/MFTIC, and you can get a shout-out on the show. All right, so let's get into it, folks. Thank you for tuning in to episode 100, a huge milestone. The show started with me and several of my friends. You may have noticed, if you've been listening, that it's just me these days. Tara, my girlfriend, has helped out with a lot of episodes and been a part of many different projects that we've done since starting this podcast. But initially, it started with my friend Matt for our first episode, and then my friend Mikey for our second episode. Then we spoke to a really cool dude named Rick from the Tin Biscuit podcast. Him and I talked about Aleister Crowley. That was fresh off of my tinfoil hat appearance. And we got into some stuff about this box that he had gotten through an auction or a used sort of antique store, something or other, or through a friend online. I don't know exactly. You'll have to go back and listen to the episode. But this box existed in Aleister Crowley's old home in Boleskine, Scotland or Ireland. I'm not sure. Please forgive me. We do have a lot of listeners out there in Ireland, Scotland, and England. So shout out to you guys. We do appreciate all of our listeners out there. Yeah, look at that. We get a lot of folks actually in the UK and a lot of folks in Ireland. I love it. Thank you guys for listening. All over the world, people are listening to this awesome podcast. We appreciate you guys for doing so. But back to the topic at hand. I talked to Rick. That was my first swap cast, so to speak. He called it a share cast. I don't know if that's a Euro-centric thing, but we call it swap casts over here in the US of A, my friends. Then we talked to David Matheson, someone who's been on the show a second time for our synchro-mystic exploration of the ever-expanding now. We also had Sean Beaupre on, who was the first sort of guest I had on, who inspired a lot of the synchro-mysticism in a way, him and I, just connecting through the podcasting space. Two guys around the same age. He's my elder. Really rad dude. Go back and listen to episode 5, The Life and Times of Sean Beaupre, where he broke down basically how he got into this whole world and how he had an experience with Thoth, somebody who I have definitely at least known of. I used to do meditations with the Thoth chant, right? So that was notable and synchronistic. And actually that brings to mind on the Telegram chat today, somebody just asked about the mantras that I had mentioned in my episodes with Sam Tripoli, episode 99 of this podcast, but episode 3 and episode 27 of Sam's podcast, 0. So yeah, we got Lindsay Foreman, Alex Sakaris, who both of which have been back on the show since. My Maria 777, that was a great episode. Very cool chick. Happy to have had that conversation with her. Didn't get into conspiracies right out of the gate. We kind of talked about her her knowledge of the law, which was interesting. But it related in that time period. Then we had an episode with Ron from New England, the first time I chatted with Ron, where we just kind of talked about what was going on in the world. It was the week after January 6th, so there was a lot to talk about. Then we had Graf on. Graf is a cool dude who I met through the We the People radio podcast, which I was on way back in the day before I really got going with my podcast. This episode with Graf came out in January of this year, 2021. So it is, it's only that's only episode 12. Yeah, episode 7 I dropped with, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 was dropped in December, and the last episode I put out in 2020 was My Maria 777 Thinks I'm Crazy on the last day of 2020. But yeah, so that was the 8th episode, and then since episode 9, we've done almost 91 episodes, way more than that if you count all the bonus stuff. In this year, 2021. We still got plenty of time. It's only 2 months till 2022. But back to the list here. Then I did a show with Idiocalypse. I did a show with Micah Dank. And I did a show with Micah Dank a second time, actually. And Mike is actually a very cool dude, because since meeting him and helping him get on a couple shows and hooking him up with certain people that helped him get some sort of TV thing going. I don't know if I can even talk about it, but I met Micah in person when my girlfriend Tara and I went to Long Island, and it was a really awesome time. He treated us to dinner. We met his brother. We chatted about conspiracies in this little Irish pub. So shout out to you, Micah, for becoming one of the many podcasting friends I made this year. Then we have Chris Knowles, somebody who, I mean, this was our first big episode. And if you have not heard this episode yet, I definitely encourage you to go back and listen to Corruption Theory with Chris Knowles, episode 14. It was a fantastic episode. It's definitely done well. I'm looking at the analytics right now, but if you're listening to this show for the first time, please go back and check out the earlier episodes. Definitely that conversation with Chris Knowles was fantastic. It was 2.5 hours plus of just straight wisdom from the man behind the Secret Sun blog, Endless America at Midnight, He Will Live Up in the Sky, The Secret History of Rock and Roll. Chris Knowles is the man. So let's go in and jump into this clip from Chris Knowles here. All right.
System that we're stuck in now thinks that you don't have to like pay the piper. You know what I mean? You don't have to like replant the seeds. You don't have to refresh the aquarium tank water or something. I don't know, whatever metaphor you want to go for. It's going to collapse. It is collapsing. It is collapsing. We are in the early stages of systemic collapse. And that's why I just have this like almost like this fatalistic attitude, because I'm just like, this is bigger than me. This started a long time before my grandparents were born. And, you know, it involves a lot of people that I have nothing to do with. So it's like I can laugh at their stupid little rituals and their stupid little symbols and all this weird stuff, because it's like I have OCD too. So I recognize, you know, it's all OCD based. So that would be another message that I would have to you guys and to your listeners. It's just like,
look at that. Wise words and so much more from that. But how true is that? I mean, he said that in February, and here we are now in November, and definitely seems like we've only hurled closer to that so-called collapse. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. Episode 17 was with my dude, or I'm sorry, episode 15. I always mix that up. Episode 15 was with my dude Josh Monday, who since being a guest on my podcast has started his own podcast, the Christian and Conspiracy Podcast, which I will be guesting on very soon. But yeah, shout out to Josh. He's a real G, a veteran, a rapper, a Christian, a father, all around good dude. And we got into his history as a rapper. I don't know if he's talked about that on his own show, but there was a lot of interesting stuff he shared with us. So go back, be sure to listen to that one as well. The Road to Rap Riches with Josh Monday. The next episode was what I mentioned earlier, our second episode with Lindsay Sharman. Shout out to her. Her episode is called Consciousness on Tap with Lindsay Sharman. This is when I was still kind of naming the episodes based on either what the person was well known for or what we kind of talked about in the episode. Lately, I've kind of gone with a more standard format of name and then topics, which seems to get people's attention, and I like seeing that when I search through podcasts. It's just helpful to be like, oh, okay, this is what I'm going to listen to. I'm going to pick this. And so I understand it, and I've changed it. But either way, that was the title of the episode we did for a second time with Lindsay, where her and I got into some more interesting stuff. And yeah, she's up there living that adventurous frontier life in Alaska. So we got into some of that. And I don't know how often she does her podcast, but I did see that she was just on Yogi Zoronanda's podcast. So I'm going to assume that she's still doing her podcast. So please check her out, Consciousness on Tap with Lindsay Sharman. I think she's also on Rockfin as well. So show her some love on Rockfin. Then we had the man behind the intro song that you know and love. Episode 17 was with Destiny Lab. Destiny Lab, the man behind Destiny Lab, actually, Ark. Destiny Lab is two people, Ark and Neo, but Ark joined me for this conversation, and it was awesome. We got into all kinds of different conspiracies that he's talked about on his show called Digging for the Truth with Ark and Neo. And yeah, like I said, he created the intro song to this podcast that I haven't changed much until Shane Newsom threw me that really cool sort of intro song. A little shorter, so I remixed it to give you a little taste of the original one with his version on the end, and I think that worked out well. But yeah, Destiny Lab, really cool dudes. Check their music out. It's on Spotify, all the places, Destiny Lab. Then we had episode 18, which I thought was another really, really awesome episode that I want to highlight for you guys. If you haven't listened to it, please go back. It's called My Family's in the CIA with Chris Milligan from Trine Day. And it is true, his father was in the CIA. So let's listen to this clip from Chris Milligan.
And he called me a conspiracy theorist. So then I says this was like in the early 70s, and I says, well, what's a conspiracy theorist? And so I had already done an independent study on magic and mysticism, because when I was in high school, I ran across Edgar Cayce and Aleister Crowley, and I thought they were very interesting people. And so I read most everything I could put my hands on about them, and studied other things. And then, so I decided to take on conspiracy theory as an independent study. And so I like books. So I went to all the bookstores I could find, and every bookstore had at least one, I'd go into the bookstore and say, take me to your conspiracy section. And they all at least had one book. So I'd start reading these books, and they're, I guess, what you would call screeds. And, I started reading these books, and I says, well, wait a minute, because I'd find a book that, blamed it all on the Jews. I found another book that blamed it all on the Masons. I found another book that blamed it all on the secular humanists, another book that blamed it all on the Mormons, And so I was saying, well, gosh, these are kind of like formula books, designed to put people into camps. I don't like you, and I don't like you, and blah, 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 blah. And so, I'm continuing to do research, and I can find some books about drug smuggling a little bit, and other things, and about opium trade. And I'm, pretty soon into old dusty books about banking and stuff like that. And the hardest thing for me to find is books about the secret societies. And so I find a couple, but then.
All right. Wow. Yeah. Another really awesome episode. That conversation went on for quite a bit. Chris shared with us a lot of really cool stuff about his life and growing up with a father who was in the CIA, and gave him some very, very unsettling warnings about his generation and what might happen, and what in fact did happen looking back. The next episode, episode 19, was The Grass is Greener in Grimerica with Darren and Graham. Two guys who I cannot shout out enough. They really definitely were next to Sam Tripoli, they were the biggest motivation. Being a part of their community on the Discord was my first kind of taste of knowing people who were interested in the same sort of thing. It wasn't always easy to participate because, Discord's not really my thing, the texting and all that, but either way, it was awesome to learn so much from their show and feel really like I got a feeling for what a podcast could be, or what my podcast might look like through theirs. And I really was inspired by their long intros and the relationship they created with their audience. I hope one day we can do that here with the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast, and you guys will feel comfortable writing messages in, and we'll figure some stuff out to make it fun, and all that stuff will come in due time. But Graham and Darren were nice enough to join us here on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. We talked about UFOs, megaliths, transhumanism, simulation theory, healthy eating, and a lot more than that. But, you know, if you listen to this show, you probably have listened to the Grimerica show before. And if you haven't, what are you doing? Go check it out. They got a lot of really great content. And we got into a lot of that when they were here with me. Since then, Graham has been back on the show solo. And then, we'll see. I think Darren will be on the show coming soon. So after that, we had an episode with Zane Weber. Shout out to Zane Weber. That's when Alt Media United kind of kicked off. Zane Weber is an inspiration for that in the sense that he kind of put something similar together in Australia. Different in many ways, but similar in the sense that we are both podcast cooperatives. So it was a cool conversation, very unique, interesting conversation. Chris Bennett, wow, that was a great episode. I've been a cannabis user, a pot smoker, a midnight toker for many, many years. So when I first heard of this cannabis guru, the mystical sage, Chris Bennett, I had to buy his book, Liber 420, Cannabis, Magical Herbs, and the Occult. And it's one of the larger books I own. It's one of my favorite books that I own. So it was really an honor to have him on the show, really one of those like dream come true guests. And yeah, please, that's another episode that I highly recommend people go back and listen to if you haven't listened to it already. Then we had Ari Aslin. I mean, come on, who hasn't listened to those episodes? Ari is a G. He was on episode, let's see, what number was that? I got to get this right. 22. Ooh, that's cool. So yeah, Chris Bennett was 21. Ari Aslin was episode 22, and we've had him back on the show since. Those were some of our biggest episodes, as a matter of fact. Episode 22, and then episode, let's see, episode Ari Aslin, Mud Flood 101, Tartarian Takeover, Anatoly Fomenko, and the Thunderbird. That was a great episode. We got into a lot of really, really high-level stuff, and we tried to keep it as simple as possible. That was episode 59. So definitely go check that out, and go check out Ari's website, paradigmthreat.net. And by the way, folks, I'm not reading any of this. I'm going straight off the dome. I hardly take notes anymore for the podcast. I used to when I first started, but now mostly I'll just take notes during the podcast if there's something the guest says that I'd like to go back and revisit. But for the most part, I've gotten into sort of flow, and I think moving forward with the next 100 episodes, I'm going to do a better job of preparing for each episode, because I noticed that the guests like Chris Knowles and Chris Bennett and Ari Aslin, Michael Wann, guys who I'm super familiar with and all their work, those interviews had a way different flavor than other interviews, you know, and I'd like to bring that same level or caliber of skill as an interviewer to each conversation, you know, not just for myself, but for you guys. I want to make this show as good as I can for you. All right, let's see. So then we had an episode with my man, Alex Stein, who's such a cool guy. He and I have worked together a lot since I first met him on Idiocalypse. And he joined us on the show back in March. And since then, I've worked with him to help him get guests on the show, and I've been on his show a bunch. If you don't know The Conspiracy Castle, you're missing out. Go check it out. The Earth is Flat Underneath the Conspiracy Castle with Alex Stein is the name of that episode. That's number 23. Then number 24 was Synchromysticism Defined with Michael Wann. That was another next level conversation. I think everybody should go back and listen. And as a matter of fact, I got a little clip right here that we can play.
Computer time, so they're going to use the computer. So, but the simulation. So let's go back to what I'm calling the simulation. I could call it the natural world, but it's. I want to be able to be distinct. I'm talking about it from our current terms. Humanity is always related to the natural world in the same way which we're describing synchromysticism with the Matrix. And so, you would go and you would recognize that in a key moment in life, like there would be an omen, something you would see, a red-tailed hawk, or something. You begin to realize that there is a communication which is happening. And relative to and I'm saying this with a lowercase m, the matrix of the person. Like, if you still have meaning for that, when you see that bird and you go and you define it, like, you're naming it. That I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, recognize what's happening. And this is how we get meaning. This is part of our consciousness is meant for that. But, like, that's what happens. And we begin to have, we begin to recognize this, our own language with the simulation, with the natural world. And that is very helpful for our navigation.
Boom. And if you haven't heard yet, Michael and I do a podcast called Your Handbook for the Apocalypse, where each week we talk on the phone, recorded. We don't do any preparation work ahead of time. We just kind of talk about what's going on in the week. And naturally, with two guys like me and Mike, looking into the things we look into, there's a lot of interesting threads to connect, and that's another episode, or that's another show, rather, that I'm looking to put more energy and effort into and really do my best to match the genius that Mike can be in certain moments. Obviously, he might not agree with that. He's very humble, but Mike is certainly very, very inspiring and speaks incredibly eloquently in the sense of making a point, and also very down to earth at the same time, which is something I think I definitely could take a note from and learn from. So it's a true honor to be working with Michael Wann, because this episode 24 was when I met him. I didn't really talk to him at all, other than maybe over email, saying like, hey, I love your work and love to have you on my show, yada, yada. But this really got the ball rolling, and I was fortunate enough to be invited to come meet him, and they all took, went off from there, I guess. Yeah, it was really cool. We met. He invited me to his place. I hung out, stayed the night because I was traveling through his state. And then, next thing I know, traveling back through, he lets me stop by again. And then more recently, in August, my girlfriend Tara and I went down to Philadelphia. We met up with Ross Ben, who has not been on the show yet, but he's very, 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 very much been mentioned plenty of times. Shout out to you, Ross. So I've met Mike several times in person, and it's always been a blast. He and I have similar views, and where we disagree, I think, very complimentary. We can learn from each other, and I learned certainly a lot from him, given that he is my elder, and he's inspired a lot of what I've been doing in the past few months with looking into the Connecticut River with that same sort of inspired lens. So thank you, Mike. Shout out to you. And if you haven't heard, like I said, listen to Your Handbook for the Apocalypse. It comes out every Thursday. It'll actually come out today with this episode. So go ahead and listen to the first one and stay up to date, or just listen to the latest one. No big deal. It's not really only a couple episodes we've done like a cliffhanger type thing. So you might want to listen to them in order, but I'll just let you know the newest episode doesn't really relate to the episode before that. So it could be a good intro to the show, but I would say definitely go back to episode 1 of your handbook for the apocalypse. But enough about that. We're only at episode 25. I got to make it through this whole list. Bruce DeTorres, another gentleman who I have met in person. Bruce is a really cool dude. I picked him up at where he was staying in New Jersey, and we went to a comedy club in New Jersey, co-owned by Sam Tripoli, also co-owned by Mike Romanelli, another dude who has been a huge inspiration for me. Helped him out in many ways with his podcast, and he's helped me out in many ways with having me on his podcast and treating me really like, a good friend. And I think I found a great friend in Mike. So shout out to you, Mike Romanelli, and shout out to you, Bruce DeTorres. I definitely hope to meet up with you again, Bruce. It was great to meet you. And Bruce is the other part of Chris Milligan, who we just played a clip from a couple moments ago. He's also on Chris Milligan's podcast, Try Day. Bruce is that really warm, amazing voice that you hear introduce the show, and sometimes he'll jump in with questions. But for the most part, he just helps Chris do what he does over at Try Day. And if you don't know, God, School, 9/11, and JFK is an incredibly poignant book for our times. Yeah, you might think, oh, 9/11, JFK, what is this guy talking about? How does that relate to now? Well, he put the book out recently, and boy, does it apply to everything going on right now in this crazy, hypocritical world that we're living in. And he covers how they're lying to us in school about God, 9/11, and JFK, and so much more. But those seem to be the cornerstones, at least of his book. And I felt like, through knowing Bruce and hearing his voice, as I read the book, his words sort of lifted off the page, and it was like he was narrating it in my mind. So, Bruce, thank you so much for the book, and thank you for joining me on the show. I definitely would love to have you back on soon. David Way was the guest of episode number 26. David Way, really cool dude, grew up in California, made his way out to China, and became a Wudang monk. That's right. And he had a lot of wisdom to share. As a matter of fact, I've mentioned David so many times when we kind of get into this sort of topic of mindfulness, because he gave me some really, really awesome advice, and I'm going to play it for you guys right now.
Into some of these health conspiracies, So my question to you maybe is a little more benign than that, but how do you teach people closest to you this move, massage, meditate? I mean, does it just come naturally because they trust you and they know you've been to China, you've done the training, and it's easy because they just trust you? Or is it a battle? Do you think there's some resistance? Like, what's it like when you try to help your family out with these kind of things?
There's that old saying, the prophets never celebrated at home.
Yeah, well, that should be the more academic title of my show.
Well, I mean, to bring it back to how we first started, you said, how do people find me? I said, don't.
Yeah.
Don't for me. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your sifu. I'm not your doctor. I'm not your healer.
Wow, look at that. Radical self-reliance and a radical awesome message. And his point, if you want to hear the whole thing, go back and listen to episode 27. But his point that he was making there is that, I don't tell my family what to think. I don't tell my family what to do. I don't heal them. If they need something from me, they ask for it. And if they want to learn this type of thing, then they ask, And the people that will resonate with it are going to resonate with it. You can't force it on anyone. And I think that is really, one of the shining moments of the show, because it sort of goes in line with the reason why I started the show and the reason why I named the podcast My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. So shout out to you, David. Definitely a real awesome dude, someone who I've spoken to a couple times since. I try to get back to everybody, but I think David's someone who I should have gotten more in touch with. So I'll be reaching out soon, brother. We got to get you on the show again, or one of your friends, because I know you have suggested several people. So I have not ignored those messages, David. I will be in touch soon. Thank you so much. If you are listening, if you are out there, just remember the words of my man, David Way. Move, massage, meditate. Those are his keys to health. Now back to the topic at hand, episode 28. We have Andreas Exertus. I had to pause there because I had mispronounced his name very many times. I don't think that's his real name, though. He just chose that name. Either way, shout out to Andreas. He's a real G. People love his episodes. Definitely some of the highest downloaded episodes we've put out were with Andreas Zertis. In his first appearance, we talked about the Illuminati card game, which was something that Sam and I happened to sort of interact with together. I was out in Indianapolis. I went into a used bookstore. I saw the Illuminati card game. I sent a picture of it to Sam. I said, dude, you got to own this thing. And he sent me the money. I bought it. And the next time I saw him in that same city, as a matter of fact, I exchanged the card game with him. And you might know if you listen to Tinfoil Hat because they talked about it on a more recent episode. I think that came out in September. No, I'm sorry. It came out in like June, July. But this happened in sort of the span between April and May of 2021. Andreas Zertis is a really cool dude. He's part of Alt Media United, as are a couple people who I've mentioned already. Grimerica Show, Conspiracy Castle, Michael Wann, Trine Day, Lindsay Foreman, Micah Dank, Ron from New England, Dangerous World Podcast, Alex Sakaris, of course, all part of Alt Media United. And so is Andreas Zertis. We talked about Space Weed. We talked about Tartaria. Then I had Chris Proser on the show. Chris is another really cool dude. He sent me some of his Proser spice and his Proser sauces, as well as a really cool t-shirt with the word Mensa on it. So now, when I go out in public wearing his shirt, people know how smart I am. Look at that. I love it. Thank you, Chris. Shout out to you, brother. Go back and listen to that awesome episode, Pure Vibes. Then we had John Podash on the show. John is one of the guests that I remember hearing on the Tinfoil Hat podcast and really, opening my mind up. I think he was also on the Higher Side Chats. So it was a pleasure to have him on the show. Obviously, we talked about drugs as weapons against us. That's the name of his book, and a similarly titled movie. Then we had Charlie Robinson on the show. I actually recorded this from Mike Romanelli's studio out there in New Jersey. But yeah, shout out to you, Charlie. Charlie's been on the show twice, and he's been on the Synchro-Mystic exploration of the ever-expanding Now. I've also done several episodes of the Union of the Unwanted podcast with Charlie. And apparently somebody thinks that I was on his show. I don't think that's true, though. Then I had Andreas Zertis on again to talk about Tartaria, the Tartaria Codex. This episode was particularly cool because my homie Alex, who was one of the first people I ever met in person that knew about Tartaria, he was one of the first people that I ever had a conversation with about Tartaria, and he came out of the blue and joined us for this episode. So shout out to you, Alex Fournier. I don't know if you want me to say your whole name, but I probably didn't even pronounce it right anyways. But yeah, that was our other episode with Andreas, and we got to have him back on the show because I don't think he's been on since. No, he's not been on since, and I hit him up recently. So I think Andreas will be joining us for another really cool conversation as expected from the dude. And the next episode, episode 34, is with Steve Poikinen. And, also I'm forgetting, the episode I did with Yogi Zoronanda, I decided to delete it from the archives and republish it. So I did not skip you, Yogi, if you are listening. I know we did an episode together. I think episode 20 was with David, with Yogi, and 21 was with the Grimerica show, and like all of the episodes, or maybe, yeah, no, it was 20 was the Yogi, and 21 was Zane Weber, 22 was Chris Bennett. This doesn't matter. You guys don't fucking care what order it is. This is how autistic I am, or OCD I am, whatever you want to call it. Oh, man. Maybe it's, what's the guy? Rain Man. I'm like Rain Man with the numbers of my podcast episodes. So anyways, then we had for episode 35, and now I'm just going off of the artwork for the podcast. That's how I know the real numbering, because I did delete and republish the episode I did with the Yogi, because I wanted to delete some clips from it because I couldn't use the music that I used for that episode, and B, I also wanted to give a big shout out to the Yogi and his new podcast, the Renegade Yogi Podcast Experience, aka Ripe, where you ripen up your mind, ripen up those yogic forces in your body and unleash the potential in your astral body or your chakras. Yogi's a really wise dude, and he's done some meditations on his podcast to help you open up your chakras. So if you're interested in that, go over and listen to his episodes. Each of them that deal with the chakras are named based on which chakra that episode in particular is about. I don't know if he's done all the chakras yet, but I know he has some really cool plans in store to get into yoga as a subject on his show, and I'm going to be doing a future episode with him on a topic called Sinister Yogis. I have a book by that same name, and me and Yogi Zoronanda are going to go into the darker side of the history of the yogis. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. I did an episode with Steve P. from Slow News Day. He's on the Union of the Unwanted a bunch. We've been on the same episodes of the Union of the Unwanted. Shout out to you. We talked about Julian Assange, which was really informative. I've only heard little things here and there, and read stuff on the internet, but it was awesome to hear that all from Steve, a real activist and a real brave person, fighting for truth and freedom, freedom of press, freedom of speech, etc. And then we had Alex Kazemi on the podcast. Alex is well known for a very, 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 very popular book, a bestseller, and that was Pop Magic by Alex Kazemi. I think Madonna recently endorsed his book. So look at that. Me and Madonna both know Alex Kazemi. I'm only one degree separation from Madonna. Who would have known that the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast would know not only one, not only two, but three celebrities. Four. Let's count four. Five. A lot of famous people have been on the show. The next episode 36, was Matt McCusker from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. A huge, huge podcast. Very funny podcast. If you haven't listened to it before, definitely go check it out. I love Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. And Matt was such a G to join me on my little show back in May. And yeah, since then we've had a couple other comedians on the show. We've had Brian Holtzman, Tino Sanchez, Tommy Chong, I guess would be also considered a comedian in some ways. Yeah, definitely considered a comedian. Next episode, 37, was with Dr. Andrew Wakefield, very controversial or controversy. And I just talked to his son recently, shout out to Sam, who will be starting a podcast of his own. And he reached out to me for some advice. And I gave him the best advice I could. But yeah, shout out to you, Wakefield family. I'm looking forward to seeing that podcast coming out. I forgot the name of the show. I wish I had taken notes after that phone call. But shout out to you, Sam. Reach out to me. I'd love to help out more. Then we had Ricky from the Ripple Effect podcast and the Union of the Unwanted. Ricky's a really cool guy. He's put me in touch with a couple other guests, helped me make some really awesome connections, and he's just all around a really great dude. He doesn't live too far from me, actually, as a matter of fact, so who knows, maybe I can add Ricky to the list of podcasting friends that I've met in person. One of our mutual friends is Richard Grove, who I met this summer, who does the Grand Theft World podcast. Tara and I went to his house for lunch back in July there, and him and his wife were absolutely super awesome, very kind. It's the first time I ever had lunch at someone's house and they pull out a binder full of conspiracy theories. That was a first. Very awesome. They're just, like I said, really generous, cool people. Hope to have Richard on the show soon. And he's friends with Ricky. So definitely check out the Ripple Effect podcast. I don't know. I mean, how could you have not heard of it? If you're listening to this show, I'm sure you know. But yeah, Ricky is a really cool dude, and he covers a lot of really cool topics on his show. A lot of really important topics, I'd say. Cool might not be the best way to describe it, but important, I would say. Then we had Brad Olson on the podcast, another author who I've had Brad Olson's books longer than any other guest, I think, that I've had on the show. Brad Olson, his book Modern Esoteric was a huge, huge book in my life. I remember reading it and learning so much. I was a Chinese food delivery guy, and in between deliveries, I would read my book. And my Chinese boss, he would come over and be like, "Mark, you're a dreamer. You're reading these books. You're wasting time. Stop dreaming." And I won't go into the whole impression because I don't want to come off as a racist in this day and age, but my thought on it is, like, I know Benny personally, so I can do an impression of him. The fact that he is Chinese just makes it 10 times funnier. And he's a really, really nice guy. I worked for him and his wife for about a year and a half, and I would read these books and smoke pot and deliver Chinese food. And that was my life for a year and a half, and that's how I got into all this stuff, really. I don't think I was listening to podcasts that much back then. I would mostly just listen to music and then read in between deliveries, and they weren't the busiest Chinese food place, so there was a lot of time to read and be harassed by my boss, Benny, whose actual name is not Benny, but either way. The next episode 40, was with my man Joe Roop. Joe Roop is a class act, the man behind Fringe FM, the man behind Lighting the Void. He's got that charming southern twang, and him and I have talked many times off the air as well as on the air. I've been on his show, Lighting the Void, once, and hope to be on it again soon because we had a really good time. It was a totally different experience being on the radio. And yeah, that wasn't too long ago, but this episode was back in May. Then we had Lindsay Sharman on the podcast from Rogue Ways. She's been on the show twice now, in a future episode, actually. As a matter of fact, I just gave that away. So shout out to Lindsay. You'll be hearing more from her and I soon, and Tara as well, who joined us for a podcast called The Synchromystic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now with our latest guest, Lindsay Sharman. Shout out to you, Lindsay. You can find her at Rogue Ways and The Middle Path, both of which are shows that I listen to. Let's see. Then we had Birch Driver on. Birch is a really cool guy who's inspired Sam in a lot of ways with his conversation about the model of scarcity versus the model of abundance. Birch is a really brilliant dude, and if you haven't heard that episode yet, please go back and check it out. We talked about R. Buckminster Fuller, who I think is somebody who, if you haven't heard of, you definitely want to learn about, and we did a pretty good job of explaining who this guy was and why he was so interesting, and he happened to be a big inspiration for Birch Driver, so I'm glad we got into it together, because I could have I could have found, somebody who wrote a book about Buckminster, but no, I heard Birch mention him once on a podcast, and I said, you know what, Birch, let's do it. I know a little bit, you know a lot more, and I thought that was a fantastic conversation. Episode, 42. Then I had Brian Holtzman on the podcast. Brian Holtzman, a really crazy, zany, famous guy who's known for closing at the Comedy Store. Really wild, hilarious person that a lot of comics look up to. And I joined his Patreon like the day or the day after he started it and started chatting with him a little bit. And he's given me several shout-outs on his podcast, Dead Air. If you go back and listen to the episodes with Danish and O'Neill. And then there was another episode, I think, with Sam Tripoli that he gave me a shout-out, which was funny because Sam, I don't know if Sam and I worked together back then. I think it was before Sam asked me to be on his show, but it was like, around that time. So go back and listen to Brian's podcast, Dead Air, for that. Then I did a call-in extravaganza playing around with this really cool mixer that my homie Adam, who is one of our longest time patrons, shout out to you, Adam. Really appreciate your support, brother. He's been on the podcast a bunch in a lot of those episodes that I just covered. Kind of rambling on here, folks. I don't mind if you skip past this. I get it. I understand. But I just wanted to give a shout out to all these people who are just really badass. I probably did this in episode 50 now that I look back when we had Tommy Chong on the podcast. So let's see. Let me make this a little quicker. So we had the call-in show and a bunch of people were on that. David Matheson joined us for a second time. Mike Romanelli was there. A bunch of other people. Ron from New England. Then we had Jay Dyer on the podcast. Shout out to you, Jay. Really awesome episode talking about Hollywood and occult manipulation. And then back to back, we had Isaac Weissop on the show. Boy, what a good week that was. Isaac Weissop, what a cool dude, and what a cool conversation talking about occult origins, modern Babylon, esoterica, and the real Illuminati. Then we had Megan Cush, my intergalactic traveler and psychedelic healer friend, who happened to be also a badass cannabis grower. She sent me some of her bud, and it was amazing. Go back and listen to that episode, and shout out to you, Megan Cush. Thank you. Buy Kush Creams. It's the #1 CBD out there. Kush Creams. That's right. Kush Creams. We are not sponsored by Kush Creams, but I definitely endorse Kush Creams. Thank you, Megan Cush. Then we had Jason Burmis. Wow, we were just on fire in June. Jay Dyer, Isaac Weishaupt, Jason Burmis, Monica Perez. These are 4 huge podcasters and researchers. And, I mean, calling Jason Burmis a researcher and a podcaster is kind of an understatement. He is a filmmaker. He is a protester or an advocate for the truth. Someone who's been on Alex Jones's InfoWars back in the day. He's a huge inspiration for me, somebody who was probably the first conspiracy theorist I ever came across, honestly. Him and a couple people who put these videos out on Google Video back before that got as censored as it is now. And then, yeah, Monica Perez from The Propaganda Report. Shout out to you. You're amazing. I love your show. Monica is so cool. If you haven't heard her show, she and Brad do a really great job, and I want to have them both on the show real soon. Monica was on, but Brad was not. I don't remember the circumstances, but shout out to you, Brad. I appreciate you, and hope you're doing well. And Monica, same to you. Then we had Tommy Chong on the podcast. Surprisingly, I thought this episode was going to do great. And it, in the first 30 days, it only got 700 downloads, which is a lot less than a lot of the other episodes. No slight to Tommy. I'm sure he's not going to listen to this, but yeah, that was a really, really interesting episode. Tommy had a lot of cool stuff to talk about, and shared some stories from back in the day, and it was cool. Jay and the guys really appreciated meeting him, and that was around the time that they stopped doing the podcast, unfortunately. I think the last time that Jay and the guys were on the show was with Miguel Connor. But before we go there, Tim Grimes, shout out to you, brother. Tim Grimes is another really cool guest we've had on the show, someone who I've spoken to off the air as well, and he's a really nice guy. Definitely am going to have him back on the show. He asked to join us again, and I said, hell yeah, dude, I'll be in touch. So if you're listening to this, Tim, don't worry, brother. I'll get back to you. Then we had, Then we had Miguel Connor from Aeon Byte. If you haven't listened to that show, definitely check out Aeon Byte. Miguel is a really awesome speaker in the realms of Gnosticism. He's also just a great voice in general. His voice sounds awesome. But he's a really brilliant guy, and we got into Carl Jung and Philip K. Dick. Then I had James from We the People on. Shout out to James. We talked about all kinds of stuff. That was our biggest episode at the time. I think Ari's episode beat that one in the numbers. But, yeah, shout out to James from We the People. That was a really interesting episode. Then we had Aurora. Shout out to you, Aurora. We learned about the flying rainbow lasagna. Sean Beaupre joined us again. That's when the scene started. The synchro-mystic exploration of the ever-expanding now was born during that conversation with my brother Sean Beaupre. Then we had Dan Dannunaki from Rising from the Ashes podcast talking about the Bach saga. Definitely go back and listen to that episode if you haven't. Tino Sanchez, one of the comedians that I mentioned, joined me on the show back in July. Then we had Chaz and Sarah from the Awake Not Woke podcast. Shout out to you. Another awesome members of Alt Media United, as well as Rising from the Ashes. Then we did a Throwback Thursday. Then another Alt Media United podcaster, Legit Bat, Joe Hodgden. Sorry, Joe. Joe Hodgden joined me on the show. And shout out to Legit Bat. They've had me on their show a bunch, and I really love talking to them, all three of them, Joe, Jen, and Ben. I almost said John, but no, it's Joe, Jen, and Ben. And after that, we had Matt Raymer. His podcast, Deplatformed, is new and going strong. I help him find guests for that show. Definitely check him out. And check out that episode. We talked about the ancient Celtic-Filipino connection and all these other cool things going on in the Philippines. Then the first episode of the Synchromystic Experiment in the Ever-Expanding Now was published. It was later changed to the Synchromystic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, thanks to my lovely girlfriend Tara, who said, hey, experiment sounds too finite. Exploration is kind of like a better way to put it. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Then we had Greg Carlwood on the show. I'm putting my hands up above my head because he is a real G, and it was an honor to talk to him. I had talked to him in the past on his Joint Sessions Plus Member Only podcast. So it was cool to have a whole hour and some change to break things down with Greg. I know guesting on shows isn't always his favorite thing to do, but I thought it was a good conversation regardless. And if you aren't listening to the Higher Side Chats podcast, what the hell are you doing? Anyways, now we got Laurel Erica, our second episode of the Synchromystic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, going into the magic of words and how to go spiral. Then Ron from New England joined me for his third appearance on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast, where we talked about the witches that he may or may not be that may or may not be his ancestors. We talked about transhumanism, biofuturism, and reincarnation. Then we had David Matheson on for the Synchromystic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, Micah Dank, Randy Tartarian, Tony Merkel from the Confessionals podcast, Shout out to you. Brandon Thomas, shout out to you and the Expanding Reality podcast. Andy and I did a swap cast. Then I had Seb Bland on the show. Seb is a really cool dude because actually synchronistically so, he reached out to me around the same time Tony came on the show, and he said, hey, I've been on Tony Merkel's show, and that episode wasn't even out yet, so it was a huge synchronicity. So Ryan Bledsoe was the next episode, and we'll be doing another show with Ryan soon. Ryan and I have become buddies, and he recently got married. He was at the 500th episode of Tinfoil Hat. He was there with me in spirit, or I was there with him in spirit, so in the most metaphorical of senses. I was not doing any sort of astral projection, folks. Then we had Daryl Becker on, friends with Matt Raymer, Santos Bonacci, Matt Belair, Jay Henahan. Shout out to How to Kill a Sacred Cow podcast, and shout out to Mastermind Body and Spirit with Matt Belair, both of which are in the Alt Media United Cooperative. So shout out to Jay and Matt. William Ramsey, another Alt Media United podcaster. Check out William Ramsey Investigates. Then we had Charlie Robinson on again. That's right after that's when I republished the Yogi episode. Shout out to Yogi. And then Joe Roop, Travis Mateer, Generation Z and I started our episodes that we do together about alchemy. Check that out if you haven't seen it yet. Benjamin Balderson, Chance Garton, shout out to the Interverse podcast, another Alt Media United podcast. Adam from Deborah Gets Red Pilled, who I've been on his show back in the day. Then we had Michelle Gibson on. I'm sure you've listened to that. That was recently. And then we had a bunch of other people on recently. We had my Sifu, Ryan Griffith, Corey Daniels, the man behind the Phoenix Enigma. We had Emmanuel Kingman, a.k.a. Todd Armstrong. We had Alex Sikaris again, and then Bob Nickman, all very recently, and I don't need to rehash that because, you've heard those episodes recently. So either way, thank you so much for listening to the 100th episode. I hope you enjoyed the little clips there highlighting some of our past episodes. Like I said, please show us some love on Patreon if you want to get all the bonus content, because we did a bunch of bonus content. Some of the first episodes I ever put on the Patreon, you can't hear anywhere else. I mean, I talked to my friend Reva Jean, who is a Christian singer and songwriter. Adam, Jay, and I went on a road trip, and we just messed around a lot. So if you want to see me sort of with my guard down, just kind of joking around, there's a bunch of fun episodes on the Patreon where we kind of just do that. Lately, obviously, the guys have left the show, so we kind of put the scene there instead, and we'll see. This is an ever-evolving show. So if you think you'd like to see something on the podcast, whether that's a guest, you have a suggestion, or you have some art that you create that you'd like to offer up to be shared on the podcast, whether that's artwork, music, anything creative, a poem. I mean, I love all the listeners. I want you guys to feel like this is your home when you listen to the podcast, and you can contribute and share your thoughts on whatever's being said. And if you've listened to me ramble this far, I definitely know you're a super, super heroic person. That's what I've been saying lately, that the people who listen to my show are my heroes. So you're my hero for listening to this much, and show us some love on Patreon. We got a lot of cool stuff in store, and if you get in early, you will be grandfathered in to the newest, most updated version of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy membership area, whatever that's going to be. But 2022 is going to be huge, folks. I'm going to put out a bunch of cool episodes between now and the end of the year, and then starting next year, we're going to have some changes around here, folks. So get in on the Patreon early if you want to be a part of that stuff and get grandmothered or grandfathered in to the membership area and join in on the fun. There's going to be a lot of bonuses and benefits to that kind of thing if you get in early. So, all right. that is that. Enjoy the next segment of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy 100th episode marathon, where we're just gonna go as long as the file size will allow. I think the host transistor limits us to 512 megabytes or millibytes, whatever MB stands for. So that's how long this episode is going to be, however much I can shove into this episode. And I might even put the birthday surprise party at the end. I think I'm definitely going to do that. And I also might put my conversation with Laura Lenhard, a psychic who's helped me a lot in my life way before I ever did any podcasts. And I had the pleasure of interviewing her on my show. So we're going to put that in this 100th episode marathon as well. Whether it's a part of this or a bonus, I don't know yet, but today's going to be huge. It's 11/11/2021. I'm putting out an episode of Your Handbook for the Apocalypse with Mike, and I'm putting out the 100th episode of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. And like I said before, the intention is to make this episode sort of like the landing pad when you find the show. So you find the show, you hear me blabber on about all the stuff I've talked about so far, and then you have a better idea of where to go. If you like Tartaria, you like ancient history, that kind of thing, well, you should hit up the episodes with Andreas Zertis. You should hit up the episodes with Ari Aslin. You should hit up the episodes with Benjamin Balderson and everybody else in between that I mentioned today. If you like, the transhumanist stuff, we talked about that a bunch in our episode with Chris Knowles that I featured at the beginning of this little rant here. So I think I gave you guys a pretty fair spread of what's going on. And of course, you can go to the myfamilythinksimcrazy.com, myfamilythinksimcrazy.com, our website, to check out everything we've done. We got all our audio episodes there, and we have old episodes that I've done on other podcasts and things like that. So if you want more content, go over to myfamilythinksimcrazy.com. That's where you can find a link to our Patreon. And like I said, we got some changes coming. I think it might be Subscribe Start. I don't know. We'll see. I got to figure it out. But I have the Subscribe Start going. I have a really rock-solid Telegram group going. So I might do something with that where you guys can participate in the live streams. And if that sounds like fun to you, then get in now. Join the Telegram. Okay, so that's that. All right. On to the next segment. Peace.
Into some of these health conspiracies, So my question to you maybe is a little more benign than that, but how do you teach people closest to you this move, massage, meditate? I mean, does it just come naturally because they trust you and they know you've been to China, you've done the training, and it's easy because they just trust you? Or is it a battle? Do you think there's some resistance? Like, what's it like when you try to help your family out with these kind of things?
There's that old saying, the prophets never celebrated at home.
Yeah, well, that should be the more academic title of my show.
Well, I mean, to bring it back to how we first started, you said, how do people find me? I said, don't.
Yeah.
Don't for me. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your sifu. I'm not your doctor. I'm not your healer.
Wow, look at that. Radical self-reliance and a radical awesome message. And his point, if you want to hear the whole thing, go back and listen, episode 27. But his point that he was making there is that, I don't tell my family what to think. I don't tell my family what to do. I don't heal them. If they need something from me, they ask for it. And if they want to learn this type of thing, then they ask, And the people that will resonate with it are going to resonate with it. You can't force it on anyone. And I think that is really, one of the shining moments of the show, because it sort of goes in line with the reason why I started the show and the reason why I named the podcast My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. So shout out to you, David. Definitely a real awesome dude, someone who I've spoken to a couple times since. I try to get back to everybody, but I think David's someone who I should have gotten more in touch with. So I'll be reaching out soon, brother. We got to get you on the show again, or one of your friends, because I know you have suggested several people. So I have not ignored those messages, David. I will be in touch soon. Thank you so much. If you are listening, if you are out there, just remember the words of my man, David Way. Move, massage, meditate. Those are his keys to health. Now back to the topic at hand, episode 28. We have Andreas Exertus. I had to pause there because I had mispronounced his name very many times. I don't think that's his real name, though. He just chose that name. Either way, shout out to Andreas. He's a real G. People love his episodes. Definitely some of the highest downloaded episodes we've put out were with Andreas Zertis. In his first appearance, we talked about the Illuminati card game, which was something that Sam and I happened to sort of interact with together. I was out in Indianapolis. I went into a used bookstore. I saw the Illuminati card game. I sent a picture of it to Sam. I said, dude, you got to own this thing. And he sent me the money. I bought it. And the next time I saw him in that same city, as a matter of fact, I exchanged the card game with him. And you might know if you listen to Tinfoil Hat because they talked about it on a more recent episode. I think that came out in September. No, I'm sorry. It came out in like June, July. But this happened in sort of the span between April and May of 2021. Andreas Zertis is a really cool dude. He's part of Alt Media United, as are a couple people who I've mentioned already. Grimerica Show, Conspiracy Castle, Michael Wann, Trine Day, let's see, Lindsay Foreman, Micah Dank, Ron from New England, Dangerous World Podcast, Alex Sakaris, of course, all part of Alt Media United. And so is Andreas Zertis. We talked about Space Weed. We talked about Tartaria. Then I had Chris Proser on the show. Chris is another really cool dude. He sent me some of his Proser spice and his Proser sauces, as well as a really cool t-shirt with the word Mensa on it. So now, when I go out in public wearing his shirt, people know how smart I am. Look at that. I love it. Thank you, Chris. Shout out to you, brother. Go back and listen to that awesome episode, Pure Vibes. Then we had John Podash on the show. John is one of the guests that I remember hearing on the Tinfoil Hat podcast and really, opening my mind up. I think he was also on the Higher Side Chats. So it was a pleasure to have him on the show. Obviously, we talked about drugs as weapons against us. That's the name of his book and a similarly titled movie. Then we had Charlie Robinson on the show. I actually recorded this from Mike Romanelli's studio out there in New Jersey. But yeah, shout out to you, Charlie. Charlie's been on the show twice, and he's been on the Synchro-Mystic exploration of the ever-expanding Now. I've also done several episodes of the Union of the Unwanted podcast with Charlie. And apparently somebody thinks that I was on his show. I don't think that's true, though. Then I had Andreas Zertis on again to talk about Tartaria, the Tartaria Codex. This episode was particularly cool because my homie Alex, who was one of the first people I ever met in person that knew about Tartaria, he was one of the first people that I ever had a conversation with about Tartaria, and he came out of the blue and joined us for this episode. So shout out to you, Alex Fournier. I don't know if you want me to say your whole name, but I probably didn't even pronounce it right anyways. But yeah, that was our other episode with Andreas, and we got to have him back on the show because I don't think he's been on since. No, he's not been on since, and I hit him up recently. So I think Andreas will be joining us for another really cool conversation as expected from the dude. And the next episode, episode 34, is with Steve Poikinen. And, also I'm forgetting, the episode I did with Yogi Zoronanda, I decided to delete it from the archives and republish it. So I did not skip you, Yogi, if you are listening. I know we did an episode together. I think episode 20 was with David, with with Yogi, and 21 was with the Grimerica show, and like all of the episodes, or maybe, yeah, no, it was 20 was the Yogi, and 21 was Zane Weber, 22 was Chris Bennett. This doesn't matter. You guys don't fucking care what order it is. This is how autistic I am, or OCD I am, whatever you want to call it. Oh, man. Maybe it's, what's the guy? Rain Man. I'm like Rain Man with the numbers of my podcast episodes. So anyways, then we had for episode 35, and now I'm just going off of the artwork for the podcast. That's how I know the real numbering, because I did delete and republish the episode I did with the Yogi, because I wanted to delete some clips from it because I couldn't use the music that I used for that episode, and B, I also wanted to give a big shout out to the Yogi and his new podcast, the Renegade Yogi Podcast Experience, aka Ripe, where you ripen up your mind, ripen up those yogic forces in your body and unleash the potential in your astral body or your chakras. Yogi's a really wise dude, and he's done some meditations on his podcast to help you open up your chakras. So if you're interested in that, go over and listen to his episodes. Each of them that deal with the chakras are named based on which chakra that episode in particular is about. I don't know if he's done all the chakras yet, but I know he has some really cool plans in store to get into yoga as a subject on his show, and I'm going to be doing a future episode with him on a topic called Sinister Yogis. I have a book by that same name, and me and Yogi Zoronanda are going to go into the darker side of the history of the yogis. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. I did an episode with Steve P. from Slow News Day. He's on the Union of the Unwanted a bunch. We've been on the same episodes of the Union of the Unwanted. Shout out to you. We talked about Julian Assange, which was really informative. I've only heard little things here and there, and read stuff on the internet, but it was awesome to hear that all from Steve, a real activist and a real brave person, fighting for truth and freedom, freedom of press, freedom of speech, etc. And then we had Alex Kazemi on the podcast. Alex is well known for a very, 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 very popular book, a bestseller, and that was Pop Magic by Alex Kazemi. I think Madonna recently endorsed his book. So look at that. Me and Madonna both know Alex Kazemi. I'm only one degree separation from Madonna. Who would have known that the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast would know not only one, not only two, but three celebrities. Four. Let's count four. Five. A lot of famous people have been on the show. The next episode 36, was Matt McCusker from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. A huge, huge podcast. Very funny podcast. If you haven't listened to it before, definitely go check it out. I love Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, and Matt was such a G to join me on my little show back in May. And yeah, since then we've had a couple other comedians on the show. We've had Brian Holtzman, Tino Sanchez, Tommy Chong, I guess would be also considered a comedian in some ways. Yeah, definitely considered a comedian. Next episode, 37, was with Dr. Andrew Wakefield, very controversial or controversy. And I just talked to his son recently. Shout out to Sam, who will be starting a podcast of his own. And he reached out to me for some advice. And I gave him the best advice I could. But yeah, shout out to you, Wakefield family. I'm looking forward to seeing that podcast coming out. I forgot the name of the show. I wish I had taken notes after that phone call. But shout out to you, Sam. Reach out to me. I'd love to help out more. Then we had Ricky from the Ripple Effect podcast and the Union of the Unwanted. Ricky's a really cool guy. He's put me in touch with a couple other guests, helped me make some really awesome connections, and he's just all around a really great dude. He doesn't live too far from me, actually, as a matter of fact, so who knows, maybe I can add Ricky to the list of podcasting friends that I've met in person. One of our mutual friends is Richard Grove, who I met this summer, who does the Grand Theft World podcast. Tara and I went to his house for lunch back in July there. And him and his wife were absolutely super awesome, very kind. It's the first time I ever had lunch at someone's house and they pull out a binder full of conspiracy theories. That was a first. Very awesome. They're just, like I said, really generous, cool people. Hope to have Richard on the show soon. And he's friends with Ricky. So definitely check out the Ripple Effect podcast. I don't know. I mean, how could you have not heard of it? If you're listening to this show, I'm sure you know. But yeah, Ricky is a really cool dude, and he covers a lot of really cool topics on his show. A lot of really important topics, I'd say. Cool might not be the best way to describe it, but important, I would say. Then we had Brad Olson on the podcast, another author who I've had Brad Olson's books longer than any other guest, I think, that I've had on the show. Brad Olson, his book Modern Esoteric was a huge, huge book in my life. I remember reading it and learning so much. I was a Chinese food delivery guy, and in between deliveries, I would read my book. And my Chinese boss, he would come over and be like, "Mark, you're a dreamer. You're reading these books. You're wasting time. Stop dreaming." And I won't go into the whole impression because I don't want to come off as a racist in this day and age, but my thought on it is, like, I know Benny personally, so I can do an impression of him. The fact that he is Chinese just makes it 10 times funnier. And he's a really, really nice guy. I worked for him and his wife for about a year and a half, and I would read these books and smoke pot and deliver Chinese food. And that was my life for a year and a half, and that's how I got into all this stuff, really. I don't think I was listening to podcasts that much back then. I would mostly just listen to music and then read in between deliveries. And they weren't the busiest Chinese food place, so there was a lot of time to read and be harassed by my boss, Benny, whose actual name is not Benny, but either way. The next episode 40, was with my man Joe Roop. Joe Roop is a class act, the man behind Fringe FM, the man behind Lighting the Void. He's got that charming southern twang, and him and I have talked many times off the air as well as on the air. I've been on his show, Lighting the Void, once, and hope to be on it again soon because we had a really good time. It was a totally different experience being on the radio. And yeah, that wasn't too long ago, but this episode was back in May. Then we had Lindsay Sharman on the podcast from Rogue Ways. She's been on the show twice now, in a future episode, actually. As a matter of fact, I just gave that away. So shout out to Lindsay. You'll be hearing more from her and I soon, and Tara as well, who joined us for a podcast called The Synchromystic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now with our latest guest, Lindsay Sharman. Shout out to you, Lindsay. You can find her at Rogue Ways and The Middle Path, both of which are shows that I listen to. Let's see. Then we had Birch Driver on. Birch is a really cool guy who's inspired Sam in a lot of ways with his conversation about the model of scarcity versus the model of abundance. Birch is a really brilliant dude, and if you haven't heard that episode yet, please go back and check it out. We talked about R. Buckminster Fuller, who I think is somebody who, if you haven't heard of, you definitely want to learn about, and we did a pretty good job of explaining who this guy was and why he was so interesting. And he happened to be a big inspiration for Birch Driver, so I'm glad we got into it together, because I could have found somebody who wrote a book about Buckminster, but no, I heard Birch mention him once on a podcast, and I said, you know what, Birch, let's do it. I know a little bit, you know a lot more, and I thought that was a fantastic conversation. Episode 42. Then I had Brian Holtzman on the podcast. Brian Holtzman, a really crazy, zany, famous guy who's known for closing at the Comedy Store. Really wild, hilarious person that a lot of comics look up to. And I joined his Patreon like the day or the day after he started it and started chatting with him a little bit. And he's given me several shout-outs on his podcast, Dead Air. If you go back and listen to the episodes with Danish and O'Neill. And then there was another episode, I think, with Sam Tripoli that he gave me a shout-out, which was funny because Sam, I don't know if Sam and I worked together back then. I think it was before Sam asked me to be on his show, but it was like, around that time. So go back and listen to Brian's podcast, Dead Air, for that. Then I did a call-in extravaganza playing around with this really cool mixer that my homie Adam, who is one of our longest time patrons, shout out to you, Adam. Really appreciate your support, brother. He's been on the podcast a bunch in a lot of those episodes that I just covered. Kind of rambling on here, folks. I don't mind if you skip past this. I get it. I understand. But I just wanted to give a shout out to all these people who are just really badass. I probably did this in episode 50 now that I look back when we had Tommy Chong on the podcast. So let's see. Let me make this a little quicker. So we had the call-in show and a bunch of people were on that. David Matheson joined us for a second time. Mike Romanelli was there. A bunch of other people. Ron from New England. Then we had Jay Dyer on the podcast. Shout out to you, Jay. Really awesome episode talking about Hollywood and occult manipulation. And then back to back, we had Isaac Weissop on the show. Boy, what a good week that was. Isaac Weissop, what a cool dude, and what a cool conversation talking about occult origins, modern Babylon, esoterica, and the real Illuminati. Then we had Megan Cush, my intergalactic traveler and psychedelic healer friend, who happened to be also a badass cannabis grower. She sent me some of her bud, and it was amazing. Go back and listen to that episode, and shout out to you, Megan Cush. Thank you. Buy Kush Creams. It's the #1 CBD out there. Kush Creams. That's right. Kush Creams. We are not sponsored by Kush Creams, but I definitely endorse Kush Creams. Thank you, Megan Cush. Then we had Jason Burmis. Wow, we were just on fire in June. Jay Dyer, Isaac Weishaupt, Jason Burmis, Monica Perez. These are 4 huge podcasters and researchers. And, I mean, calling Jason Burmis a researcher and a podcaster is kind of an understatement. He is a filmmaker. He is a protester or an advocate for the truth. Someone who's been on Alex Jones's InfoWars back in the day. He's a huge inspiration for me, somebody who was probably the first conspiracy theorist I ever came across, honestly. Him and a couple people who put these videos out on Google Video back before that got as censored as it is now. And then, yeah, Monica Perez from The Propaganda Report. Shout out to you. You're amazing. I love your show. Monica is so cool. If you haven't heard her show, she and Brad do a really great job, and I want to have them both on the show real soon. Monica was on, but Brad was not. I don't remember the circumstances, but shout out to you, Brad. I appreciate you, and hope you're doing well. And Monica, same to you. Then we had Tommy Chong on the podcast. Surprisingly, I thought this episode was going to do great. And it, in the first 30 days, it only got 700 downloads, which is a lot less than a lot of the other episodes. No slight to Tommy. I'm sure he's not going to listen to this, but yeah, that was a really, really interesting episode. Tommy had a lot of cool stuff to talk about and shared some stories from back in the day, and it was cool. Jay and the guys really appreciated meeting him. And that was around the time that they stopped doing the podcast, unfortunately. I think the last time that Jay and the guys were on the show was with Miguel Connor. But before we go there, Tim Grimes, shout out to you, brother. Tim Grimes is another really cool guest we've had on the show, someone who I've spoken to off the air as well, and he's a really nice guy. Definitely am going to have him back on the show. He asked to join us again, and I said, hell yeah, dude, I'll be in touch. So if you're listening to this, Tim, don't worry, brother. I'll get back to you. Then we had, Then we had Miguel Connor from Aeon Byte. If you haven't listened to that show, definitely check out Aeon Byte. Miguel is a really awesome speaker in the realms of Gnosticism. He's also just a great voice in general. His voice sounds awesome. But he's a really brilliant guy, and we got into Carl Jung and Philip K. Dick. Then I had James from We the People on. Shout out to James. We talked about all kinds of stuff. That was our biggest episode at the time. I think Ari's episode beat that one in the numbers, but yeah, shout out to James from We the People. That was a really interesting episode. Then we had Aurora. Shout out to you, Aurora. We learned about the flying rainbow lasagna. Sean Beaupre joined us again. That's when the scene started. The synchromistic exploration of the ever-expanding now was born during that conversation with my brother Sean Beaupre. Then we had Dan Dannunaki from Rising from the Ashes podcast talking about the Bach saga. Definitely go back and listen to that episode if you haven't. Tino Sanchez, one of the comedians that I mentioned, joined me on the show back in July. Then we had Chaz and Sarah from the Awake Not Woke podcast. Shout out to you. Another awesome members of Alt Media United as well as Rising from the Ashes. Then we did a Throwback Thursday. Then another Alt Media United podcaster, Legit Bat, Joe Hodgden. Sorry, Joe. Joe Hodgden joined me on the show. And shout out to Legit Bat. They've had me on their show a bunch, and I really love talking to them, all three of them, Joe, Jen, and Ben. I almost said John, but no, it's Joe, Jen, and Ben. And after that, we had Matt Raymer. His podcast, Deplatformed, is new and going strong. I help him find guests for that show. Definitely check him out. And check out that episode. We talked about the ancient Celtic-Filipino connection and all these other cool things going on in the Philippines. Then the first episode of the Synchromistic Experiment in the Ever-Expanding Now was published. It was later changed to the Synchromistic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, thanks to my lovely girlfriend Tara, who said, hey, experiment sounds too finite, exploration is kind of like a better way to put it. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Then we had Greg Carlwood on the show. I'm putting my hands up above my head because he is a real G, and it was an honor to talk to him. I had talked to him in the past on his Joint Sessions Plus Member Only podcast. So it was cool to have a whole hour and some change to break things down with Greg. I know guesting on shows isn't always his favorite thing to do, but I thought it was a good conversation regardless. And if you aren't listening to the Higher Side Chats podcast, what the hell are you doing? Anyways, now we got Laurel Erica, our second episode of the Synchromistic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, going into the magic of words and how to go spiral. Then Ron from New England joined me for his third appearance on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast, where we talked about the witches that he may or may not be that may or may not be his ancestors. We talked about transhumanism, biofuturism, and reincarnation. Then we had David Matheson on for the Synchromistic Exploration of the Ever-Expanding Now, Micah Dank, Randy Tartarian, Tony Merkel from the Confessionals podcast. Shout out to you. Brandon Thomas. Shout out to you and the Expanding Reality podcast. Andy and I did a swap cast. Then I had Seb Bland on the show. Seb is a really cool dude because actually synchronistically so, he reached out to me around the same time Tony came on the show, and he said, hey, I've been on Tony Merkel's show, and that episode wasn't even out yet, so it was a huge synchronicity. So Ryan Bledsoe was the next episode, and we'll be doing another show with Ryan soon. Ryan and I have become buddies, and he recently got married. He was at the 500th episode of Tinfoil Hat. He was there with me in spirit, or I was there with him in spirit. So in the most metaphorical of senses, I was not doing any sort of astral projection, folks. Then we had Daryl Becker on, friends with Matt Raymer, Santos Bonacci, Matt Belair, Jay Henahan. Shout out to How to Kill a Sacred Cow podcast, and shout out to Mastermind Body and Spirit with Matt Belair, both of which are in the Alt Media United Cooperative. So shout out to Jay and Matt. William Ramsey, another Alt Media United podcaster. Check out William Ramsey Investigates. Then we had Charlie Robinson on again. That's right after that's when I republished the Yogi episode. Shout out to Yogi. And then Joe Roop, Travis Mateer, Generation Z and I started our episodes that we do together about alchemy. Check that out if you haven't seen it yet. Benjamin Balderson, Chance Garton, shout out to the Interverse podcast, another Alt Media United podcast. Adam from Deborah Gets Red Pilled, who I've been on his show back in the day. Then we had Michelle Gibson on. I'm sure you've listened to that. That was recently. And then we had a bunch of other people on recently. We had my Sifu, Ryan Griffith, Corey Daniels, the man behind the Phoenix Enigma. We had Emmanuel Kingman, a.k.a. Todd Armstrong. We had Alex Sikaris again. And then Bob Nickman, all very recently. And I don't need to rehash that because, you've heard those episodes recently. So either way, thank you so much for listening to the 100th episode. I hope you enjoyed the little clips there highlighting some of our past episodes. Like I said, please show us some love on Patreon if you want to get all the bonus content, because we did a bunch of bonus content. Some of the first episodes I ever put on the Patreon, you can't hear anywhere else. I mean, I talked to my friend Reva Jean, who is a Christian singer and songwriter. Adam, Jay, and I went on a road trip, and we just messed around a lot. So if you want to see me sort of with my guard down, just kind of joking around, there's a bunch of fun episodes on the Patreon where we kind of just do that. Lately, obviously, the guys have left the show, so we kind of put the scene there instead, and we'll see. This is an ever-evolving show. So if you think you'd like to see something on the podcast, whether that's a guest, you have a suggestion, or you have some art that you create that you'd like to offer up to be shared on the podcast, whether that's artwork, music, anything creative, a poem. I mean, I love all the listeners. I want you guys to feel like this is your home when you listen to the podcast, and you can contribute and share your thoughts on whatever's being said. And if you've listened to me ramble this far, I definitely know you're a super, super heroic person. That's what I've been saying lately, that the people who listen to my show are my heroes. So you're my hero for listening to this much, and show us some love on Patreon. We got a lot of cool stuff in store. And if you get in early, you will be grandfathered in to the newest, most updated version of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy membership area, whatever that's going to be. But 2022 is going to be huge, folks. I'm going to put out a bunch of cool episodes between now and the end of the year. And then starting next year, we're going to have some changes around here, folks. So get in on the Patreon early if you want to be a part of that stuff and get grandmothered or grandfathered in to the membership area and join in on the fun. There's going to be a lot of bonuses and benefits to that kind of thing if you get in early. So, all right, that is that. Enjoy the next segment of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy 100th episode marathon, where we're just going to go as long as the file size will allow. I think the host transistor limits us to 512 megabytes or millibytes, whatever MB stands for. So that's how long this episode is going to be, however much I can shove into this episode. And I might even put the birthday surprise party at the end. I think I'm definitely going to do that. And I also might put my conversation with Laura Lenhard, a psychic who's helped me a lot in my life way before I ever did any podcasts. And I had the pleasure of interviewing her on my show. So we're going to put that in this 100th episode marathon as well, whether it's a part of this or a bonus, I don't know yet, but today's going to be huge. It's 11/11/2021. I'm putting out an episode of Your Handbook for the Apocalypse with Mike, and I'm putting out the 100th episode of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. And like I said before, the intention is to make this episode sort of like the landing pad when you find the show. So you find the show, you hear me blabber on about all the stuff I've talked about so far, and then you have a better idea of where to go. If you like Tartaria, you like ancient history, that kind of thing, well, you should hit up the episodes with Andreas Zertis. You should hit up the episodes with Ari Aslin. You should hit up the episodes with Benjamin Balderson and everybody else in between that I mentioned today. If you like, the transhumanist stuff, we talked about that a bunch in our episode with Chris Knowles that I featured at the beginning of this little rant here. So I think I gave you guys a pretty fair spread of what's going on. And of course, you can go to the myfamilythinksimcrazy.com, myfamilythinksimcrazy.com, our website, to check out everything we've done. We got all our audio episodes there, and we have old episodes that I've done on other podcasts and things like that. So if you want more content, go over to myfamilythinksimcrazy.com. That's where you can find a link to our Patreon. And like I said, we got some changes coming. I think it might be Subscribe Start. I don't know. We'll see. I got to figure it out. But I have the Subscribe Start going. I have a really rock-solid Telegram group going. So I might do something with that where you guys can participate in the live streams. And if that sounds like fun to you, then get in now. Join the Telegram. Okay, so that's that. All right, on to the next segment. Peace. All right, welcome back to the show. We are here for the next segment. Oh, man, all the patrons. I got to give a big shout out to all of you. Everybody who has been a patron, maybe for a couple months and couldn't keep going. Shout out to all of you who have been a patron, because there are quite a few who were a patron for a couple months, and then Van Voyage or whatever, you'll be back, I'm sure. You listen to the free show. So shout out to you. Casey Harris is particularly one of them who I really appreciate. Even though he's not a patron anymore, he will always be in my heart because he was one of our first most generous patrons we've ever had on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. So shout out to you, Casey. So in honor of all the patrons, what I want to do for you guys today is I have 2 different decks of tarot cards, okay? So don't worry. This is going to be cool. It's not going to be cheesy, I promise. What we're going to do is I have 2 sets of tarot cards. I have one called the Animal Spirit deck, and then I have another one called the Sacred Path Tarot. So these are 2 sort of nature-like tarot card decks. The first one being all animals, and the second one being sort of a Native American take on the tarot. Instead of 76 cards, there are 78 cards. There are 44 cards, and they all are very interesting, and I think I'll do my best to incorporate these into a fun little segment for the patrons. So if you're not a patron, no big deal if you skip past this segment. There will be clearly marked segment times in the episode description. If you go into the episode description, you can see each different segment. So if you want to just skip to the end and hear the final part of the episode, I understand. I appreciate you regardless. So go ahead and skip. But if you are a patron, or you want to, at least if you're curious maybe about this game I'm about to play, then stick around. So here we go. So we have the Sacred Path Tarot card deck, And we also have the Animal Spirit Tarot card deck. So let's go with the Animal Spirit card deck first. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try my best for each patron to draw 2 cards, and from those 2 cards, tell a little story, or at least maybe even give you a little advice. Well, we'll see what the cards do for us here, because this is something I'm doing off the top of my head for the first time, so be patient with me, folks. Okay, so our first patron on the list, the longest elder patron, is my man, Alex Sekiris. That's right. He is the first patron that ever signed up for our Patreon all the way back in October. And he's been on the show twice. Shout out to you, Alex. You're a G. He's done much more than that since just, donating $5 a month. He's helped me out incredibly. So Alex is a really, really awesome guy. And I can't shout him out enough. But here we go. We're going to draw a card for him. Let's see. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let's see. Now we're shuffling the second deck. Ooh, so Alex is an advancing elk. He is an elk with a war bonnet. So, Alex, you are the advanced elk. That is who you are. Elk being the really awesome, mighty creature known for migrating in huge herds, the noble elk. Very cool. So that's you, Alex. You're a noble elk for this episode, a advanced elk. All right, next patron. Now, this guy's been on the show a bunch. He is one of the original co-hosts. He is somebody who's helped me out, again, immensely. He helped me buy the mixer that I'm using for all of this stuff. And I have paid him back at least halfway. So I still have to pay Adam back. So shout out to you, Adam. I love you, buddy. I appreciate you loaning me the money to buy this mixer to do this podcast. I couldn't really pull the level of professionalism off without a mixer like this. So it really made the difference. And I think you can tell when I got it. It was somewhere around episode in the 50s, I think, or episode 40, something around there. And it's made a huge, huge difference. So shout out to you, Adam. Let's pull a card from the deck for you, buddy. Let's see. Ooh, spooky. Oh, so Adam, you are forever known on the podcast as the Protector Bat. You are a bat that protects, and you protect with a bow and arrow. So thank you, Adam, for protecting me. You're like Batman, basically. You're like my Batman. That's so cool. All right, cool. So Adam is the Bat Protector. So now we're on to another person who has helped me out incredibly. I think they by far have supported the most out of everybody who is on the Patreon, just because he was part of the Best Friend Book Club. He's a part of a bunch of tiers. So we're going to draw a card for Sylvester. Shout out to you, Sylvester. Let's see what you are, my friend. Ooh, interesting. All right, let's see. Drawing the second card now. And Tara is here, so she can attest to the honesty of these readings. I'm just shuffling the cards here, right, Tara? Yep. Say it into this mic.
Just shuffling the cards, folks.
Thank you.
He's an honest man over here.
Wow.
The most honest.
Thank you for that endorsement, Tara. Ooh. You, my friend Sylvester, are a frog with intent who uses his smoke signals to guide his way and show others the way. So you are the Smoky Frog, Sylvester. Shout out to the Smoky Frog. All right, next on the list is somebody who has also been on the podcast a bunch. His name is also Alex, but you know him from a different podcast, not the Skeptico podcast, not Skeptico Alex. This is Conspiracy Castle Alex. He and I have been subscribed to each other's Patreons since we met. It's just kind of like a a podcaster thing that podcasters do. When you want to help out your homies, this is what you do. So let's draw a card for Alex. Ooh, I don't think he's going to like this card. I don't think he's going to like this card at all. All right, I'm going to shuffle. We got the first card. Now we're going for the second card. Let's see. Ooh, Alex is the fertile mouse. And he has the power of Coco Pelli and the ability to share love with song, right? I don't know the Coco Pelli myth off the top of my head, but creativity. Yeah. So Alex, you are the fertile mouse. Shout out to you, Alex Stein, Conspiracy Castle. All right. Next up is our another longtime patron, someone who's been a patron since the beginning. She's sent me several kind messages on the Instagrams. Shout out to Leona. What's up, Leona? So, Leona, you are, let's see, we've got the first card. Ooh, wow. People are going to be jealous of this card, Leona. Let's see. All right, now we're shuffling the second deck. And we got, ooh, Leona is the all-knowing eagle. And she has she resonates with the stone people. So you're the eagle from the mountains. Right on, Leona, mountain eagle. The all-knowing eagle. That makes sense, too, because the eagle flies higher than all the other birds, maybe besides the condor. Or the albatross. Yeah. I think technically the bird that flies the highest out of every bird is the peregrine falcon. They fly really, really high. I think. It's either them or the albatross. But eagles symbolically are definitely considered all-seeing. That's why we have the eagle as a symbol here in the United States. So on to our next patron, someone who as well has been a patron for quite a while now, since January. Shout out to you, Lori. Lori is friends with the next patron, but we'll save him for a second here. We're talking about Lori. Lori has received one of our patron gift packages in the mail, and she is a very, very kind soul. So let's see what the cards have to say about Lori. Ooh, another jealousy-provoking card. This is a good one. Let's see. All right. You are the joyful nightingale. I love that. Lori got the Nightingale card and the Hour of Power card, which symbolizes a ritual of joy. So be sure to tap into your Hour of Power, Lori. Next up on the list is somebody who we mentioned already in a previous segment, a good buddy of mine, someone who I've talked to probably every week since I've met Ron, and I've even slept on his lawn in a tent with Tara when we were traveling across the great north of New England. So Ron is a really, really, really awesome person, really kind person. Was kind enough to let me pitch a tent on his front lawn at 10 p.m. at night, and he wasn't even home. So shout out to you, Ron. You're a really awesome dude, and I wish to meet you in person one day, because we've only really visited your house and talked to you a bunch on the phone. So let's see. Ooh, Ron. This is a very interesting card. So this is one of the only cards in the Animal Spirit deck that's not an animal. Much like me, being a Libra, it's one of the only zodiac signs that is not an animal. It's an inanimate object. The scales. So Ron is the cosmic egg of illumination. I mean, wow. And the illumination card is also titled the East Shield, which is so fitting because Ron from New England. I mean, he's known for being from the Northeast. So that is awesome. And the cosmic egg card is really cool. It's like a snake wrapped around an egg. Definitely be sure to check out my conversations with Ron, because Ron is a fountain of wisdom, and he is he's really cool. I mean, Ron's an all-around badass. I feel like we haven't even really gotten into past the shallow end of the pool, really. Ron's so deep. We got so much more to learn about him. I definitely want to have him on the show to go into some of his stories from his youth. But anyways, on to the next patron, who is also another podcaster, another good friend, my man Ryan Dean. Let's see what the cards have to say about Ryan Dean. Let's shuffle up the first deck, the animal deck. Oh, very interesting. This kind of fits where Ryan's from, honestly. Not to dox him, but I think it's pretty well known that Ryan is out there in the arid deserts of Arizona. So let's see. We've got the second deck here. Boom. Wow. So, Ryan, my man, you are a visionary fire ant. You got card number 33, which symbolizes dream time. And from the animal deck, you got the card Fire Ant. So, my man, Ryan Dean, you are a dreamy, visionary fire ant. Very organized and very tough, right? Fire ants are very tough. That's awesome. Shout out to you, Ryan. Next up on the list is Marianne. She called into our call-in extravaganza back on episode 44. Shout out to Marianne. She's been a patron since March. And she's a really kind soul, too. I've actually talked to her on the phone once when I was feeling really low before Tara and I got together. She gave me some really good advice. So shout out to you, Marianne, patron. Ooh, you got a cool card. I'm jealous, Marianne. So let's see. Marianne is the Rhythmic Crow. So with the power of the drum and the card of the crow. And the crow is also kind of like the Cosmic Egg card because he's resting on the egg. Very cool. So the Philosopher's Stone. So you are the Rhythmic Crow, Marianne. I hope that helps you wherever you are if you are listening to this. Ooh, next up on the show is a guy who started off as someone who I knew like a long, long time ago, very vaguely, and I think he remembered me more than I remembered him because he reached out to me and he said, "Hey, man, I used to date your cousin." And I was like, right on, dude. Thanks for listening to my podcast. And sure enough, he's been a patron since March, and I think before that, actually, he just canceled and then signed back up. But, yeah, shout out to you, Matt. Recently, Matt started his own podcast called The Great Deception Podcast, which I happen to be on his Master Debaters segment. So check that out if you haven't seen that episode. Let's see what Matt is. Let me shuffle the animal deck card here. See what we get for Matt T. Matt T is... Ooh, okay, Matt. Okay, let's see. We're going to get a second card for you, Matt, and help piece this together. All right. Matt is a Homeward Swan. Very cool. So this card is the Shawl Card, which is kind of like a blanket or something you wear over your back, a shawl. It keeps you warm, protects you. And this card kind of symbolizes returning home, which is interesting considering Matt and I have that sort of connection there. But yeah, Matt, you are a homeward bound swan, we'll say. Very cool. 2 birds in a row. All right, on to the next patron, my man Kent Woods. I think Kent also has a podcast, and Kent is a musician. I might be wrong about the podcast thing, but Kent definitely is a musician, and he's a really cool guy. He's been a patron since April. Shout out to you, Kent. Let's see what you are, brother. Oh, I think this one's going to be very favorable. Let's see. Drawing the second card. Wow, okay, so you are the United Crocodile with the power of the Whirling Rainbow card, which symbolizes unity and wholeness achieved. And the animal card we pulled for you is the crocodile. So, dude, you are a United Crocodile. I love that. Very cool. And the crocodile kind of unites water, sky, and earth, yeah, in 3, you know. And sky, maybe not so much. It kills birds, though. Crocodiles can kill birds. So, yeah, rock on. Next up is Tara got really upset when I said it kills birds. All right. Next up on the list is Martin. He's been a patron since June. Let's see what Martin is. What animal is Martin? Okay, I'm not going to call you an earthworm, Martin. Let's pick a different card. I don't know what's wrong with the earthworm, but I don't want to call... Okay, the earthworm keeps all the nutrients in the soil, but you know what? I'm not going to call one of my patrons an earthworm, so we're picking another card. This one might be even worse. Okay, Martin, please don't be mad at us, but you are, let's see, we're drawing a second card here. You are the peyote butterfly. That's actually pretty cool with the peyote card. Or a peyote earthworm, whichever one you prefer. I figured you'd rather be a butterfly than an earthworm, so Spirit picked it, not me. You're right. Okay, so maybe that's true. Maybe you needed that, so we'll just tell you both because I kind of flubbed that up. But the peyote card represents new abilities, and obviously a butterfly is very symbolic of that. Transfers from a caterpillar into its cocoon and then blossoms into a butterfly. So shout out to you, my peyote butterfly, Martin. Next up is another podcaster who I've done a couple podcasts with, 2 podcasts with. My man Matt Komegis from the Oral Hygiene podcast. I almost called it a podjast. I don't know why. But yeah, Matt does a cool podcast. Maybe the J came from the fact that he lives in Japan. I don't know. Again, I don't want to dox you, Matt, but your podcast is very cool, different format than any other podcast I've heard of. Every time I've gone on Matt's show, we both watch a documentary or a movie, and then we talk about it. So that's definitely a really cool podcast to check out, and he's been a patron since June. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you, and let's find out what you are, brother. Ooh, this one's a cool one, very similar to the last card in a very different way, I guess. The butterfly is like the flying insect of the daytime, and Matt is the moth. Ooh, he's the humorous moth, the Heyoka moth, which represents opposites and the trickster and the jokester. Very cool, Matt. Shout out to you. You are the humorous moth. I love that. That's a good card for him because he's got a fun show, too. That fits him. Anyways, Dylan is up next. Dylan, what's up, Dylan? Shout out to you. He's been a patron since July. Shout out to you, Dylan M. Let's see. What is Dylan M? Shuffling the first card here. Dylan, you are... Oh, damn. Another one of these cards that's sought after. A good card. All right, let's see. Ooh. Interesting. So you are a tiger, and a responsive tiger, I'll say, because you got the cradle board card, which is representing the ability to respond. It kind of represents like nurturing and protecting. So I would say you are a protective, responsive tiger, very responsible tiger. Shout out to you, my responsible tiger, Dylan. Sounds like he's my son or something. Like, go get him, tiger. All right. Shout out to you, Dylan. Next up on the list is Destiny. Destiny P. What's up, Destiny? Thank you for being a patron since July. We appreciate you. Oh, crap. I just realized something. We owe somebody a book and a shout out, but we'll get to you next. Let's see. So, Destiny is the storytelling vulture. I hope that's not an insult. Don't be offended. The vulture is a very purifying element, a very sacred creature on the planet. Shout out to you, Destiny. You are the storyteller of the vultures, a storytelling vulture. You got the storyteller card and the vulture card. Very cool. Shout out to you. So next up on the list is the lost member of the Best Friend Book Club. I got to apologize to you, Gabby, because I totally forgot that you were part of the Best Friend Book Club too. So I got to send you a book real soon, and thank you for being a part of that. Now time for your card. Let's see. Your animal card And now the other card, shuffling the second deck. Ooh. So you are the Thunder Dragon, Gabby. I think that's like probably the most badass name we've given out so far. Gabby the Thunder Dragon. That's pretty cool. All right. Let's see. All right. Next up on the list is Peter C. Shout out to you, Peter. Let's see. Up nice and good. Shuffling the animal cards. All right. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Now we got the second deck here. I hope I have enough cards for this. There's only 44 cards. Ooh, so you are the manifesting zebra, my man, and that's pretty dope because the zebra is like a yin-yang animal. The Field of Plenty card represents ideas and needs being manifested. So look forward to that and definitely get in touch with the zebra energy, bro. Shout out to you, Peter. Next up, we got Colin C. Shout out to you, Colin, one of our international patrons. Let's see what we got for Colin. Oh, okay. This one's cool. Colin, I think I see your energy. I like this. So, Colin, is a deadly shark. And not only are you a deadly shark, but you're a shamanic shark. You got the shark card, obviously, and you also got the shaman's death card, which is the death and rebirth card. Very interesting stuff. So, maybe also like a reborn shark. Very cool. Shout out to you, Colin. Next up is Mark H. Shout out to Mark. We have the same name. Always love to see that. Shout out to you, Mark. And let's see what you got here, buddy. Shuffling up the first deck, shuffling up the second. All right. Oh, man. All right, Mark, I hate to do this to you, buddy, but you are the giving unicorn. This is Tara's card deck, so that's why there's unicorns in it, folks, okay? I don't own this deck, but it's a cool deck. The animal spirit deck, spirit animal deck, right? It's abundant imagination. Thank you. So you are giving and abounding with imagination, and the other card you got is the standing people card, or the tree card, roots and giving back to others. So shout out to you, Mark. You are a tree. You are the unicorn tree. I love that. That was actually a cool card. If anybody's like a tree, a unicorn tree is pretty cool. Like, or the tree of life. Thank you. Yes. All right. Next up is Caroline. Shout out to Caroline. Let's see what we got for Caroline. La-di-da-di-da, Caroline. Oh, man. I feel like we should have got these cards back to back, but you're right. Spirit chooses what Spirit chooses, Caroline. Caroline, you are the changing tarantula. You got the tarantula card, and you got the rites of passage card, which symbolizes change. So rock on. You are representing that spider energy, weaving the web of the universe together, like the Hopi legend. So it's not all bad. I hope you're not afraid of spiders. But Caroline, shout out to you, the tarantula, the changing tarantula. Next up is someone who is also a part of the Best Friend Book Club. Shout out to you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is... Ooh, you are the medicine wheel turtle. That's a cool one. Cycles and movement. You are a turtle with the medicine wheel card. Shout out to you, Elle. And Elle was on this episode. She called in with the Ellie. She called in with 2 messages. So thank you, Ellie, for being a patron and a very, very awesome person. Shout out to you, Ellie. Next up is Shane, the man behind the new intro remix that we put out for a couple episodes, and I still plan on using it for the scene. I think it's a good fit for the scene, possibly. It fits Tara and I's vibe, and like it's a little emotional, that type of music, but it's like rough and hard too. And yeah, the hardcore. So, right. Which is why we're going to use it for some time. We'll use it here and there when it feels right. But shout out to you, Shane. Thank you for that. And feel free to send us anything else you want to put together, because the first thing you sent us rocked. So let's see. What is Shane? All right. Shane, you are a pipefish or a prayer fish. You are a fish smoking a pipe, dude. The pipe card is the first card, and it represents inner peace and prayer. And the fish card is very cool. I like that. Peace pipe fish, or the prayer fish. Right on. On to the next patron. Shout out to Justin R. Justin. Oh, I think this is J-Sten from the Instagram messages. Shout out to you. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it does look like a similar picture. So shout out to you, Justin. I hope you are that one person. Ooh, and you are the Respectful Phoenix. You got the Sacred Space card, which is the last card in the deck, and you also got the Phoenix card. Very cool. Sacred Space Phoenix. And he is very interesting. He's the guy who had the dream that I was in. Very cool. Shout out to you, Justin. I think that's the same guy. Just you guys have a similar picture, if not. Up next is Jacob A. Shout out to you, Jacob. Jacob is, you are the Decisive Lizard. You got the Council Fire card, which represents decisions. And you got the Lizard card. Shout out to you. He is in the Wise Guys Club. And just to be clear, guys, I'm going to sort out these tiers. I appreciate you guys paying however much you want, but I just want you all to know you pretty much get the same thing for anything under the $33 tier. And then everybody over the $33 tier, send me your address, because I got stuff that I would love to send you. And then, also, if you guys are signed up, just send me your address. I'll send you a sticker. I'll send you some cool stuff. So don't be shy. Send us your Patreon address, and we will send it to you. P.O. Box, whatever you want, whatever you're comfortable with. And that brings me to the next shout-out, Kevin. Kevin F., also known as Tamriel. I'm going to probably pronounce that wrong, but he's really active in the Telegram. He actually taught me how to use some of the Telegram stuff, and he signed up for our producer tier. So he is one of the 2 new producers of the show. Shout out to you, Kevin. Appreciate you, bro. So let's see what you got here. Let's see what cards Kevin has. Let's see. Ooh. You're the Pure Bear. The bear with the Sweat Lodge card, and the bear card. That's a good sign. I'm glad one of our producers is a bear. And the Sweat Lodge card is like the second card in the Sacred Path Tarot, so that's cool. It's kind of like the, 1 and 2. I'm 1, he's 2. He's joining the producership as the first person in the producer role. Whatever that means, we will define that. We'll define that as the future comes. We're boiling down to 3 more patrons. The last 2 have not quite become patrons yet. They've pledged, which is awesome. We hope you stick around for the full month, and we will give you a shout out with a animal card because you've promised us to stick around. But not this guy. This guy has paid, and he is a G. His name is Dane. Shout out to you, Dane. You got the Southern Snake. I wonder if Dane's from the South. That'd be pretty cool. Either way, you have the Snake card and the South Shield card, which represents innocence and the inner child. So we can also call you the Innocent Snake, whichever one you prefer, Dane. The Southern Snake has a ring to it, like you're a wrestler or something. All right, on to the next patron, who is also very active in the Telegram chat. I've talked to him a couple times. Shout out to you, Lockstep. a.k.a. Mike. So Lockstep, let's see what your card is, brother. Ooh, this is a good one for your energy. Well, by the way, when I say good one, I think it's because I'm feeling out your energy based on your name. So let's see. Ooh, you're the Moon Wolf. You got the Moon Lodge card, which represents the retreat. It's also kind of like feminine energy too. So maybe that has to do with your significant other, if you have one, Mr. Lockstep. But you are the Moon Wolf. Very cool. All right, and last but not least is our second new producer from another international person. Shout out to you. I don't quite know where you're from, but shout out to Dana. You are the Self-Reliant Buffalo. Right on. You got the Burden Basket card, which is an interesting card. It has to do with a sort of like a ritual within some tribes where if somebody had a problem that they couldn't shut up about, people would, I think, have them like leave it in their burden basket before they were able to, something along those lines. Geez, I feel like a real ass for not remembering that, but burden basket. Definitely look that up. That's something. So that about does it for our little animal ceremony here. Hit me up if you want to join the Telegram. We got a Telegram. I got the link in the description, so I don't know why I told you to hit me up, but if you want to join the Patreon, hit me up. I'll give you an animal name. Hit me up. If you hit me up, I'll give you an animal name. I don't care. But the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast, that's going to be our thing. We all have really cool, like, spirit animals that we identify by. I don't know. Does that sound like a good idea? Cool. All right. Thank you, Inner. Awesome. I don't think the mic's picking you up, Tara. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe nobody's heard you every time. But either way, we appreciate you for listening to the show. And on to the next segment. Thank you for being here on the 100th episode. And, yeah. All right. We are here for the 100th episode of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. And something that has been happening a lot lately, and I really love it. It's really empowering and encouraging, is I get messages all the time from people on Instagram telling me that they found the show, they like the show, etc., etc. And I love it. I welcome anything you guys want to share with me, even criticism. I welcome that too. So since this is the 100th episode, I wanted to dive in to some of the really awesome and really kind messages that I've gotten over the past, let's say 8 weeks. We'll cut it off at 8 weeks in the Instagram here. So let's see. We got a couple different messages. My man Jay Henahan, shout out to How to Kill a Sacred Cow podcast that we'll be doing a swap cast soon. Brother, love your show. This comes from Jesus V. Brother, love your show. Any way you can give me the track name on the intro of your latest podcast with Jay Henahan, I would appreciate it. I got back to him. I said, thank you so much. All the music info is in the episode description, as usual. If you guys do like the music that I use in the episode, you can find the artist name and the song title in the description at the bottom. I put the intro music in order of how you hear it. The interlude is that part of the show where I take the guests' quotes and put them over music. And then any other music, maybe like mid or outro music, is put in after that. Obviously, the intro song is pretty much the same, either the one by Destiny Lab or the one by Shane Newsom, my homie. But back in the early days of the show, I would basically create all the music just with free stuff I could find online. and I would take clips of podcasts I was listening to that day, or interesting movie clips, or just straight up clips I found on Instagram, audio clips, and mix them in with music. And I really enjoyed doing that. Over time, it got a little time consuming to find all those audio clips. So I basically resorted to just using quotes from the show. Now, moving forward, as our audience grows, I'm hoping you guys will send more clips in to me. If you don't know how to send an audio clip, it's pretty simple. You can just send one on Telegram. If you join our Telegram channel, you can send me a direct message through there, or you can just send it in the chats and say, hey, Mark, play this on the show. You can leave us a message there. As a matter of fact, that reminds me, we have a audio clip from a patron, and why don't we just go, ooh, we just got a new audio message too from another patron. Look at that. So, well, maybe we don't know if they're a patron yet, but we do know one patron who's in the Best Friend Book Club, who just received a book from the Best Friend Book Club delivery service. That's right. Our patron happened to live in the same state as us, so we just drove over and dropped it off at their house. And she was really cool and left us 2 messages. So the first one was on Telegram, and I'm going to play it right now for you guys to hear.
Hey, Mark and Tara. I was listening to the podcast that you did with Alex on the mass ritual and how you were kicked out of the health food store again. So one thing that a lot of people don't know is that you don't have to wear a mask under the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I know what you're probably thinking. I'm not disabled. How does that apply to me? So, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, one thing that is covered is infectious diseases. By someone, so that includes HIV, any STDs, things like that. So they can't discriminate you based on an infectious disease. By a store asking you to wear a mask, they're assuming you have an infectious disease, which then automatically puts you under federal protection under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And no business can overwrite that as long as it's a public business. Now, if it's a private membership club or whatever, that's a whole different story. But a public business cannot deny you service because they are breaking federal law. Here's the other thing. Under the Americans with Disabilities Act, any business is required to offer you an accommodation. So that is them offering you a mask. However, that same law states that you are not required to accept their accommodation. It's this loophole that people very rarely exploit and very rarely bring up and no one talks about. But it's super simple. They offer you a mask? No, thank you. Will you have to wear one? No, I don't. You offer me a mask, you assume I am contagious and have an infectious disease. Under the American Disabilities Act, I am a protected class. You cannot discriminate against me. If you kick me out, you are breaking federal law. So, just another tool in your arsenal if you don't want to hit them with science.
Boom. Wow. Look at that. I love it. Thank you so much, Elle, for sharing that with us, because that is the powerful information, the tools we need to stand up to this tyranny with love. And I wish I had known that when I was in that grocery store. Anti-shout-out to you, grocery store. I wish I had known that, because we did say they were discriminating against us, and I guess we didn't realize how correct we actually were. So, thank you, folks. If you need to, maybe go back and save that little piece of information that Elle just gave us and remind yourself of it before you are confronted with a situation like that in a public business. As she said, not going to work at your country club, not going to work at a private membership type deal. But I would say 9 out of 10 places are not going to be able to argue with that. So, wow, very, very powerful tool for our tool belt. here on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. We trying to love one another and grow with each other. All right, I'm only singing to break time up here because I'm having trouble logging in to the pod inbox where people have left us some really awesome messages. And what's cool is as I started recording this, I just got an email saying that somebody just left us a new message. So now we have 2 messages to play. So let's go over to the website here on my computer where I can log in. All right, we're logging in. And all the while this is going on, I'm watching a Kung Fu movie, folks. And if you sign up on the Patreon, you are invited for the Kung Fu movie viewing parties. That's right. If you're past the $8 tier, you can sign up once a month to watch a Kung Fu movie with yours truly. All right, let's see what we got. Here is another message from Elle. Again, same person we just heard from. She is a Patreon. She is a part of the Best Friend Book Club. And she has received a book, hand-delivered.
Hey Mark, it's Ellie. I am a Patreon supporter, and I first wanted to thank you for all the amazing stuff that you put on Patreon, and anyone who's not on your Patreon should definitely go become a member. It is totally worth it. And I wanted to congratulate you on 100 episodes. All of the guests that you bring on are amazing. I appreciate the fact that while you may not agree with everything they say with 100%, you are able to engage in a logical, rational, healthy debate where feelings aren't offended, and it's great. It's really rare nowadays. Your podcast makes me laugh, and I learn so much, so many new ideas that make me then go and research, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, and keep up the great work.
Wow, no, thank you, Ellie, and I apologize for calling you Elle if you prefer to be called Ellie. Either way, such a sweet, kind message. And thank you. I try my best to have this as open as possible. Now we got a new message from Ed Yost. Ed, what's up, Ed? Let's see. It's a long message. Let's see what's happening here.
Hi, Mark. This is Ed in Kentucky. I'm looking to start a podcast of my own soon, like my father before me. That's the name of the podcast. I really like the work that you do. You inspired me to start this, and something about a mother-in-law being red-pilled, one of your guests. I can't remember the mother-in-law's name.
Deborah.
My favorite conspiracy is that they are trying to bring about the second coming, starting with the formation of the country of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing against Israel.
Thank you.
Or the Hebrew people.
Thank you.
But America is trying to be on the side of Jerusalem because Revelation says the countries that are on the side of Jerusalem in the end times will survive. So we're using Revelations like it's a recipe book or a big spell. And my white pill to go with that conspiracy is I think God's going to be laughing about it as the number of the beast, whichever formation we come up with, COVID passport 5.0, maybe. It's like, no, that's not what I meant by the number of the beast. Oh, you guys are idiots. Hopefully. It doesn't mean we're actually in the end times. It just means they're trying really hard to cast that spell. This is my own personal conspiracy theory, I think, because I've never heard anybody else bring it up. They've given me lots of evidence in different shows and different podcasts that I've listened to support my theory. But, well, that's all for now. Congratulations on number 100. And I hope I someday get to join y'all.
Oh,
Thank you.
man.
Bye.
Oh, man. Ed, you are certainly going to join us. What a wonderful message. And, yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't know if any theory is any single person's own theory, but that's no reason to stop what you're doing. Continue that research, man, because I definitely hear what you're saying. I agree. I've heard that, actually, not that he said it exactly how you said it, but Ross Ben does touch on that in his book and in some of his interviews, how they're trying to create this sort of prophetic magic, in reverse, trying to bring prophecy into existence. There's a lot there, man. I'm a little too stoned right now to get into all that, but I would love to have you on the show. I think that's a great title for a podcast, and I think that once you get it going, if you don't already have it going, reach out to me, bro. I'd love to have you on the show. One of the first podcasts I ever did was with some homies from Kentucky. Oh man, forgive me for forgetting the name of their show. It was a while ago. Let's see, it's on my website. I'll just find it real quick. But yeah, one of the first podcasts I ever guested on was with some dudes from Kentucky, and they were really cool, really nice to invite me on their show. I hadn't done many shows before. Oh, there it is, the Linux Clinic. How could I forget? Linux Clinic. They're out in Kentucky. Another friend who's been on the show, who I work with, I help him get guests for his new podcast, Deplatformed. Matt Raymer. He's another Kentucky guy. Another Kentucky connection. The Pennyroyal. If you don't know about that already, Ed, you probably have heard of Pennyroyal before. But there's a really awesome podcast called The Pennyroyal. And they talk about a lot of strange stuff in Kentucky. Either way, what a nice message. Thank you, Ed, the third person to kindly leave us a message on podinbox.com. Please appreciate. I appreciate you for doing that, because I do pay for that thing. I pay for this pod inbox, and so far it's let's see, 9 times 4, so we got $36 in the hole. So these are $12 each, these voicemails I got. Come on, folks, help me balance that out. Leave some voicemails in the pod inbox. We got plenty of messages. We got a lot of folks reaching out over the Instagram. Seems like people are more comfortable with that. That's cool. I appreciate you guys for doing that. Like I said, we're going to go into the Instagram messages here. We were just reading one from Jesus that got me thinking about the music stuff, which then I thought about the audio messages I have. But there was more to Jesus's message, so let's see. I answered his question. He said, I didn't even think to check there. Well, no worries. A lot of people don't. He said he loves it when we put up the credits. I love it too. It helps people find me when I go on other shows, and I hope people follow up with the guests I have on my show. Don't stop listening to this podcast, but definitely support the guests if you feel called to a particular person. That's really how this whole thing synchronistically worked for me. And he goes on to say, yeah, man, your pod goes to the front of my list when the new episodes drops. Keep bringing it, brother. Love the content. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. It means a lot to me. We got another message here from, let's see, Resilient. Shout out to you, Resilient 1776. Michael Wann is incredible. Love that dude. Can't wait for this episode. talking about your handbook for the apocalypse. Thank you so much. Another message from me and Mike. Mark, you're crushing it, man. Great content on MFTIC, but now you're with the main dude, Mike Wann. Got to get a collab with you, Mike, and Ross. Keep up the great work. That's from Chef Chipper. Thank you, Chef. Appreciate that, bro. Mike does too, I'm sure. Let's see. Oh, I reached out to some place called Tartaria Juice Company. They never got back to me. And we got another message. Thanks again for following us on Instagram, folks. I really appreciate it. And thank you for sending these really nice messages. I do my best to respond to every single message. I can't always promise that I'll be able to help you. I am busier and busier each day, but don't be afraid to reach out and ask for advice, or if you think you got what it takes, throw your hat in the ring. Say, hey, Mark, I got some stuff I want to talk about. Let me have my time on your show. I'll hear you out. I can't promise I'll say yes, but I'll hear you out. And I got a lot of friends that do podcasts, so I'll help you out, brother or sister. Don't be shy. Reach out. So Bruntang said, hey, man, huge fan of the show. Have been a fan of Tinfoil since the beginning. Stoked to see you killing it now as well. Love your guests and all the topics. The old world or Tartaria has very much intrigued me lately. So seeing Michelle Gibson on Tinfoil Hat was so dope. Props. Anywho, got to give a shout out to Jared Boosters on YouTube, though. I'm sure you've heard of him. If not, man has his videos are absolutely great. So many synchros with his research, I swear. I'd love to hear him on a podcast one day. His latest video today was awesome. I think you'd appreciate it. Anyways, love what you do. I'm here for the ride. And then I asked him if he had a way of contacting him, because I'll tell you what, as much as I appreciate people sending me requests and submissions for things, or potential guests for Tinfoil or my show, it's not always easy to track someone down if they only have a YouTube channel and no contact information on their YouTube channel. So that you got to keep that in mind. Not everybody is easy to get in touch with, especially like YouTube channels and Twitter. Those tend to be the hardest to follow up on. Not because anything I'm doing wrong. It's just there's so many. With certain people, there's so many notifications they get. They either just turn off the notifications, or they can't look at all of them. So, I'm not going to waste my time commenting on a Twitter post hoping that they'll reply, or put my email out there for people to get back to me. But if you do want to email me, you can find it on my website, myfamilythinksimcrazy.com. You can also find a bunch of other content there as well. A lot of fun stuff. So then he goes on to say, super interesting view on stuff, and his recent videos are something else. Listening to your My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast every day, and I have a feeling you'll enjoy his videos. Seriously, all of them are bangers. I don't know how open he would be to a podcast, but man, if you could pull that off. And then he says, seriously, love your show. So excited for every episode to drop. Always great guests and topics. You and Tara rock. Thank you for including my lovely, lovely girlfriend. Tara says thank you. She's eavesdropping from the other side of the room. So shout outs to you guys. In my ear every day, fixing furnaces and ACs. Love it. Got to do something. That's the best time to listen to podcasts, when you have something that you're doing. I find that now that I kind of work from home and do computer stuff, it's a little harder to maintain my focus. At least it's not as easy as it was when I was doing like a driving job, or like doing chores around the house, or building something, putting something together. That's when I love to listen to podcasts. He says he's hoping to manifest something similar to what you're doing in the future. Yes, man. Yes. And that's so cool. because you don't have to quit your job like I did to do this podcasting thing. You know, there are many, many factors that led into me quitting my job, right? And I still don't totally think it was the best decision, but at the end of the day, I got to embrace it and go with it and take this opportunity that I have and go with it, you know, head first, full steam ahead. So if you guys like what you're listening to, don't be shy. Go over to patreon.com/MFTIC. It's the 100th episode, baby. We're about to change things up. So if you don't get on the Patreon now, you might be too late. That's right. We got 28 patrons in the Patreon. Come join us. Become a Patreon. Don't be late. Join the 28. Anyways, so he goes on to say, always dope synchros with your show. I've been meaning to hit you up and show some love. But after that, Jared's last vid, it just hit me like, yep, I have to send this to motherfucking Mark and say what's up. Aw, dude. Thank you so much, Brun Tang. I'm checking out your profile right now, and I'm following you back. You rock. Shout out to you, brother. Let's see. My man Ryan Bledsoe. Shout out to you. Who else do we got? Deborah Gets Red Pilled, who Ed over here, who left us a voicemail, shouted out. Let's go to the screenshots. I screenshotted a bunch of these messages to make this faster so I wouldn't just be digging through my inbox. So this is from Keeks. Shout out to Keeks. What's up, Keeks? Hi. Was just listening to the latest episode of My Family Thinks I'm Crazy, and you guys mentioned that hospitals may not be trustworthy. I'm a nurse, and there was some discussion this year by some higher-ups about how to sneak the jab. They thought it would be easy to add to the discharge process, and were hoping the patients wouldn't ask what was being given. As far as I know, this has not happened yet, but also I'm never around when someone is well enough to leave, so I might not know. Damn. And that's so cool to know that there are badass nurses out there listening to shows like this. I mean, come on. Shout out to you, Keeks. Keep your ear to the hospital room floor. Keep your ear to what's going on with the higher-ups, and let us know if anything else sneaky's going on, because I definitely think that the audience, the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy family, my heroes, actually, I think we'll just, from now on, from episode 100 on, I'm going to refer to you guys as my heroes. And that's the other thing. I hope that in the future people come to this episode first, and this could be like the intro to the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast, because you know, when you find a show that has 100 or more episodes, it's like, oh, which one do I pick first? Well, right here, okay, here I am. I'm waving my hand at you. If you listen to the 100th episode, boom, you're already a synchro guru. You're a synchro not. All the folks that are with us now, right now, in the moment, all 1,000 or more of you who listen to this show every week, you're on it. You're ahead of the curve. You guys are my synchro squad, okay? So we squatted up here, and more are going to come. And I think this is going to be like the landing pad as the synchro lights, you know, hit you as you're floating around there in the cyberspace, on your phone, on your laptop, on the socials. Somebody sends you a link. Somebody sends you a picture. You see word. You see My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. You think, wow, so does mine. I'm going to listen to this podcast. And then you do, and you listen to episode 100 and you hear what I'm saying right now, and you realize that Mark is reading my mind in the moment. I'm not, I promise. But it is kind of cool to think that that might be possible. Anyways, we got another message from Justin Hine. I think that's how you say it, or it's Justin Rhine. Either way. Love your podcast, man. Recently started listening to it after I listened to the Swarmies episode on Tinfoil Hat. Your intro has to be hands down the best intro of all podcasts. What? Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you listened to that episode of The Swarmies. If folks don't know, I've been on the Tinfoil Hat podcast 3 times. That's right. I've been mentioned on a couple more in the intros. Sometimes Sam and Johnny and XG joke and laugh about me. They play mean bully pranks on me. Just kidding. It's all love. But I have been on 3 episodes of Tinfoil Hat. And one of those was the Swarmies, where we gave our own personal Mount Rushmores for Tinfoil Hat guests. So if you want to know who my top 5 Tinfoil Hat guests are, go check that show out. And also, Sam is going to be at the end of this episode for a very special birthday surprise that's not really a surprise anymore because it was a month ago. But if you hadn't heard it yet already on Alex Stein's Conspiracy Castle YouTube channel, stick around towards the end of this episode for a really cool, I don't even know what to call it, birthday cast that Tara set up for me out of the depths of her amazing, beautiful mind, body, and soul. From the bottom of her heart, she snuck onto my phone while I was sleeping and got all of my favorite people, as many as she could, because there definitely were some favorite people that couldn't make it for whatever reason. Who knows? But most of my favorite people joined me for this really awesome, kind of sentimental conversation. We joked around. People all kind of got a turn to tell me why they loved me. It was very, very beautiful. Very, I'm forgetting what word I'm trying to use right now. It was awesome. It was threw me off guard. I'll say that. But that's the only downside. Everything else was great about it. Sam, Alex, hilarious as usual, and all the other bros that joined in, because as Sam said in the beginning, I apparently have no female friends. Just Tara, my love. And a lot of lady listeners of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. Shout out to you. Tara and I are down to be your friends. So don't be shy. Hit us up. Tara and I would love to have more female friends, because apparently Sam thinks I only have dude friends. And that's not true. But speaking of another dude, this gentleman, whose name is a little hard to read, we'll call him Gun B. JJ Gun B. He is asking and saying, "Great Gen Z podcast. Thank you." I think you're talking about my episode with Generation Z. Do you have an episode where you talk about the Native American guy more? So I think I mentioned him in episode 18, which is why I told this gentleman, check out episode 18. But I also told him I'd do a full story on him soon. So now's a good time to get into that. So you might have heard me talk about Amos a couple times. I try not to go too far in depth into my own personal life when I have a guest on the show, because I don't want to blabber, but I have done that before. So you guys might have heard hints here and there of somebody who was very important to my growth as an individual on a mental and spiritual level. A man named Amos, who, well, I'll just put it this way. So when I was in community college, I pretty much looked forward to the time in between class when I would go to the park and smoke weed and read a book. And I would never read books that were required for my class. That's crazy. I would read books like The Secret History of the World and, Way of the Shaman by Michael Harner, Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. Fun stuff like that. And I would also wear super cool t-shirts that I bought at the mall because I'm super cool. I've always had the best fashion sense. I hope you guys know I'm being sarcastic. But either way, I bought a shirt at the mall when I was like 15 or 14, somewhere around that age. And it said, if you think you can trust the government, just ask an Indian. And it had a picture of Sitting Bull on it, right? And, you know, this is at one of those stores that they have in the East Coast. I don't know if they're all over the world, or not the world, but the United States. And it's kind of like Native American T-shirts and Native American crafts and hoodies and things like that. How authentic they were, I don't know. But either way, I felt like I was supporting Native American people. Something that, as a white person, I feel like someone else might have an opinion about that. But to me, I don't give a fuck. People are people. Culture is culture. And I have learned a lot from Native Americans. So when I saw this store in the mall, I was like, hell yeah, I'll buy a t-shirt. So I bought this t-shirt, and I was wearing it on a day when I was doing exactly what I described before, going to the park, rolling up a blunt, smoking weed, avoiding the homeless beggars that would want to smoke weed with me, and read my books. And again, I was just trying to basically escape in a way in my mind and just read things that didn't have anything to do with what I was learning about in most cases, besides possibly the anthropology class I was taking. But I was getting a liberal arts degree, guys. It's like the big cheesy cliche. It's a liberal arts degree. So I'm that guy, and I was smoking weed in between classes, and a man walks up to me, and he points out my shirt. Again, Sitting Bull. Sure, you can trust the government, just ask an Indian, right? Sarcastic, sticking it to the man. And on the back of it had like a long quote from I think it was Chief Joseph. I forget his full name. But it was not a quote from Sitting Bull. It was a quote from a different gentleman. And this man, who introduced himself to me based on my T-shirt selection, introduced himself as a Native American. And, you know, we started talking, and I didn't mind talking to the people in the park. Like, I probably made it sound like I was running away from homeless people, but for the most part, the homeless people in the park would just try to talk to you enough to like smoke weed with you for free, and then like ask you for money or try to glom onto you and become like, you know, your friend or something and mooch off of you. So I had my guard up for sure, but something about him just seemed really different, and he seemed like a cool dude, seemed like he wasn't looking for anything. I gave him a hit of whatever I was smoking, and, you know, he had something that he was smoking, and it was weed. He wasn't a drug addict like most of the people that were homeless in the park. Nothing against them, but again, it's just I had different things going on in my life. I was not trying to have sympathy for people who were actively trying to mooch off me. Now I have a different look at. I definitely sympathize with them in a different way. But anyways, back to the fucking story. So Amos and I got to know each other pretty well. And, you know, I would talk to him about things that at the time I didn't really have a lot of friends that were interested in this kind of thing, you know, spirituality, psychedelics, alternative history, ancient cultures, and where all of those subjects combined. And Amos had a lot to say about a lot of those things, and it all connected to his culture and where he had been raised, a place that I was reading about synchronistically at that time in a book called The Teachings of Don Juan, A Yaqui Way by Carlos Castaneda, right? So all this stuff was super synchronistic for me at that time. And Amos became, someone who I looked forward to seeing at the park. And I knew him for a couple years, really. But, in the beginning, it was mostly just show up at the park. He was either there or he wasn't. If he was there, I would talk to him. Sometimes there would be other homeless people there, and it would kind of be an annoyance because they would interrupt the sort of learning that was kind of taking place. And I think eventually Amos sort of recognized this, so we would go for walks. And one day he took me on this walk, and we went past a place in New Haven where it's a cemetery, but it's not your typical cemetery. There, if you're from Connecticut or if you've been to New Haven, you probably have seen it. It's this archway over the entrance or the gate to the cemetery, and it says in plain English, "The dead shall be raised." And he took me there, and he talked to me about how they use this sort of necromancy. And I don't remember if he used those words, but the way he described it was that there were sacred places to the indigenous people that lived here. And he said that this place was like a Garden of Eden, Connecticut being this place. He said that people here lived very free and advanced, kind of like not savages like we're told they are. Like he basically put it like they were just as smart as you and I are today. But they just didn't live in the same ways that we would live today, Either way, missing the point. So there were sacred spots, whether it was a burial ground or a meeting site or a place where the energy felt a certain way. And when the colonists showed up, they wouldn't, just straight up, get into fights. And it wasn't just like war outright. They were very cunning and slick, and they became friends with all these tribes, and they got to know all these tribes, and they learned all these things about these tribes, these clans of people, these families of people, really. And they use that knowledge against them. And what Amos described to me was how the park that him and I had been meeting at was an ancient burial ground. And they turned it into a park where people come and sit and do all kinds of things. And then they took the place that was sacred, where people were meeting, and they turned it into a burial ground. They put all of the colonial gravestones there, and all the white people or the colonists would be buried there. So all these things kind of got broken down to me way before I ever even listened to a podcast. And the books I was reading at that time were also kind of informing all of these new streams of information that weren't available just by searching the internet or through school, and I got smarter, and I learned how to search the internet and find things that weren't, obviously available. But it was that walk that I went on, multiple walks that I went on with Amos, where he would teach me things like that. Another thing that he showed me were all of the edifices, the carvings on the buildings. And he told me that they encode their secrets in these types of art. He said that they take, things that mean one thing and invert them so that when you look at it, it gives you a feeling, and then there's a subconscious effect that most people don't realize. And we walked around. We see these different edifices and the buildings at Skull and Bones, or sorry, at Yale. And there's a lot of interesting ones. And I plan on doing something soon where we take you guys on a little video tour. So be sure to sign up on the Patreon if you want to see us explore New Haven. Shouldn't be too hard with everybody wearing masks. We don't even worry about people getting caught on camera. You know, we can just film anywhere. But yeah, so he takes me around the campus, which is pretty much the center of town. It's not like most universities where you have to where you're kind of like you know, in a separate part of town in the university. The University of Yale is pretty much the downtown area of New Haven, Connecticut. So you just walk around the campus with the students. And we're walking around. There's certain areas that are for students only, but for the most part, the main streets that everyone uses are the same ones that the students use to go from building to building. And one of these streets, called High Street, has a tomb, or it's known as the Tomb. And all the secret society buildings on Yale University are kind of nicknamed Tomb. The Tomb is the way they're shaped, kind of like a box. And, you know, if we want to get into the Tartaria stuff, one of the guys who designed the Scroll and Key Secret Society building also was a part of the 1883 Chicago World Fair. Look at that. Very strange connection. Again, we will be examining that and more soon on the Patreon. But back to the story. So Amos, he told me why he came to this place from his home in Arizona. He said, and this is the part I usually talk about and the part I usually get into when I'm just giving the footnotes of the story. He said, you know, there was a man named Prescott Bush who went to my ancestor's grave, Geronimo, a man who was never captured, a man who was never defeated. You know, he could never be captured. He escaped every time. And he never died in war. He died peacefully. He was one of the fiercest indigenous people, fiercest American Indians there ever was, right? So naturally, there's an energy associated with this fierce warrior. And pricks like Prescott Bush, they wanted to, I don't know, sort of feel that legendary energy themselves. And they're also into some dark arts, black magic type stuff, which, again, we'll be getting into on the Patreon. So they went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, or I think that's where they were stationed. I'm not sure if the grave was there, but it was in Oklahoma. And Geronimo's grave was robbed. His skull and femur bones were taken to this secret society building in New Haven, Connecticut. And when Amos found that out, well, he said, you know, I got my own rights, or I got my own wrongs to right. You know, I got these things that I got to make up for, not only for myself, but for my people, for my tribe. I've done things that I have to, you know, he felt like he had to, you know, right his wrongs. I don't know if there's another way to say it. So he went on this pilgrimage and connected with his ancestor. And he prayed for Geronimo. Every day he would go to the front door of that tomb on High Street in New Haven, and he would scream at the top of his lungs, Geronimo! And you could hear it ring throughout the whole town. I mean, the whole street. And little college students would squeeze their books real hard and run in the other direction. Oh no, what's this man doing? This short, squat dark man in a leather jacket. What is he doing? But that was Amos. He was a real badass. And unfortunately, you know, he was homeless at the time. He didn't have a steady cell phone. So I lost touch with him. And I reconnected with him. He called me one day from some random number. And he said, "Hey, bro, it's me, Amos." And I'm like, "Oh, how you doing, man?" And, you know, it's funny, you know, my family always thought I was crazy for this, too. Because I would tell them who, you know, Amos was and what he was teaching me. And they got so suspicious. They're like, "Oh, no. Who's this guy? Who are you trusting?" You know, they did not trust that at all. I think my dad even like went and tried to find him or something and see like, "Hey, why are you talking to my son?" You know, I really got mad at my dad for that one. Really, really, really didn't trust him after that. But, you know, parents do what they do because they think they're trying to protect you. But Amos was a good dude. He never had a bad intention for me at all. You know, he always treated me with respect and fairness and taught me what he knew, honestly. And there was even a time where, you know, him and I met a dude who was not so cool and very shady and ended up stiffing me on a weed deal. I ended up losing a couple, I don't know how much money, but a couple $100, like $200 on some weed. Got robbed. I was also very young, so naive, didn't realize what was going on. But, you know, I told Amos what had happened. I said, "Hey, dude, this guy we met together freaking ripped me off." And he said, "Oh, shit, well, I'll let you know if I see him." Well, one day Amos calls me up. And he's like, "Hey, bro, that guy that ripped you off, he's back at the park." So me being a hot-headed 20-year-old, I got in my car. I drove all the way down into the city, and I saw him at the park. I started throwing fists. I started going buck wild. I don't recommend people do this, but I did it. And and some things ensued that I don't condone. I don't regret what I did, but I don't condone it. I don't think that was the right way to handle that situation because, you know, all we did was scared the guy. I didn't really get a good hit on him either. It's not like I clobbered him or anything, but I did throw some punches and I got him winded and then he, you know, freaked out and said, "Don't worry, I'll come back with your money." And we held his backpack as ransom and we never saw him again, you know, and in his backpack was some stupid sports coat. I don't know where that was. I probably wore it a couple times. Very small on me. Looked like a cartoon when I wore that sports jacket. My elbows were almost showing through the sleeves. But anyways, so yeah, Amos was a good dude. He never did me wrong. And like I said, I kind of lost touch with them as things go on. You know, I got a new cell phone number eventually. I'm sure he got multiple different cell phones being, you know, homeless for some time. But when I did last see him, it was when he had his own apartment. So that, and a job. So he definitely, you know, even though he was homeless when he got to New Haven, he got a job, he made it happen, and God bless him, man. I think he's still out there, and I hope I can see him again. I don't know if he still lives in the same place, but for the past few months, I've had the thought of maybe just driving by and knocking on the door. It is in a kind of shady neighborhood, so I don't know how smart of an idea that is, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe if I drive by, I'll see if his flag's still out on the front porch, because he had a Skull and Bones flag that he didn't take. He never robbed it from him, but I think he got it somehow, some way, from another friend who was probably had a lot less to lose than he did. He didn't hear it from me, folks, but I actually have seen a Skull and Bones flag in my own hands. I've touched one with the Jolly Roger and the 322 and all. So yeah, this stuff's real to me, and Amos was a part of that, and realizing that these conspiracies ain't nothing to fuck with. They are very real. And in that same town of New Haven, where I had a first-hand encounter and experience with Skull and Bones in that way, I began to become a man. I did many things in that town. Worked, met people, drank, went out and did stuff and all kinds of things that young men do. I don't drink really anymore at all, but there were times when I would go to a bar that George W. Bush used to drink at when he was a student in Yale. And there was a lot of rumors, I'll say, that little Georgie spent a lot of time doing coke in the bathroom at Rudy's. So, for those out there who have any illusions about our leaders, there's a little tidbit from a New Haven local about what George W. Bush, former president, used to do when he was a student at the highly esteemed Yale University. He also went by the nickname Magog, which is funny because it connects to the Tartaria stuff. Again, we will get into that on the Patreon. I hate to tease you guys, but I gotta push the Patreon. I can't do this show for free. We put 100 episodes out, no ads. I mean, 150,000 downloads across the whole podcast. It's awesome. I love it. But I can't do it for free, And the people who are supporting on Patreon, all 28, the great 28, are rocking and rolling. And I love all 28 of you because you definitely help me cover the costs and the expenses of this show. It's not free to put out. It's not free to produce. It's not free to create. And trust me, folks, it takes up a lot of time. So if you want some good content, some extra content, show us some love on the Patreon. And yeah, like I was saying, Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, definitely learned a lot about them. And then it's funny, when I became a bakery delivery guy, I was all up inside of Yale because I was delivering pastries to their kitchens. So I would go to the various facilities within Yale, and I had like an insider's kind of pass, which was cool. I got to see a lot of the structures from the inside. I got to see the way things work over there. Very shady stuff. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying any names. This is all public information that anybody can get anywhere. So I'm not at risk, that's for sure. But I do think that this is an important thing that people should know about. I think people should know what kind of snakes are crawling in the grass of these Ivy Leagues, the snakes of the Ivy League. But anyways, folks, we got a bunch of cool messages from our very awesome listeners of the show. Let's see. Let's go to another message from Afternoon Jiu-Jitsu. He says, really appreciate your work. I'm finding more lasting value listening to My Family Thinks I'm Crazy over other podcasts. Wow. Appreciate that, dude. Let's see. Hey, Mark, this is Nolan. Shout out to you, Nolan. What's up, Nolan? Happy birthday, yo. Thank you. That was a month ago this message came in. I appreciate it. Watching the birthday cast with Alex Stein. Oh, that's what we're going to play at the end of this episode. Super emotional and funny, too. Thank you for putting it on, Tara. Awesome work. Hope I did not spell her name wrong. You nailed it. It is Tara. If anybody else wants to send Tara a nice message, she would definitely appreciate it. Nolan says, much love from PA. You rock, Nolan. Thank you. And again, folks, I respond to all of these messages. I'm just reading the first message for the most part here. But yeah, I get back to you. If you want to leave me a message, I will get back to you. All right. Next message from Health, Wellness, etc. I heard you mention you like Aesop Rock on a recent podcast. Thought you might enjoy this mashup I made of Aesop Rock, mixed with Flying Lotus. That is really cool. I will definitely check that out. Next message from Mr. McDavid, S. McDevitt. Hey, Mark, becoming a big fan ever since I heard you on the Microaggressions podcast. Been loving the new episodes and super intrigued by Leyline's material lately. Now, this one confused me because I've never been a guest on Charlie's Macroaggressions podcast. I don't think I have. I mean, geez, I would feel like a real asshole if I had been on Charlie's show and forgot. Then again, there's the possibility that one of the interviews I've done with Charlie, he put out as a swap cast, which I also don't think is the case. So let me go back here and see. It could be possible that Charlie put a episode of the Union of the Unwanted out. I've been on the Union of the Unwanted podcast many times. But yeah, I've never, to my knowledge, been on the Macroaggressions podcast. I would love to. Charlie, if you're listening to this, brother, I would love to be a guest on your show. Quite honestly, I don't know if I'm the right caliber to be on the show. Yeah, he's had David Icke. He's had my man Steve Bukoinen, Jeff Berwick, Johnny Dollar, Jeffrey Wilson, Tim James. He's got Monica Perez, another person who's been on the show. A lot of really cool guests on his show. He's talked to Brian Festa from the CT Freedom Alliance. He's never, Charlie has never had me on his show, my man. I'm sorry. I don't know where you're getting this from. But I have had Charlie on my show twice. He's been on the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. And he's also been on Scene, the synchromistic exploration of the ever-expanding now, which has not finished, folks. We have a new episode we just recorded today with Lindsay Sharman. And if you want to see the show live, if you want to listen to the show live, go over to the Telegram, because every time I record an episode, I go live in the Telegram. And what you can do is you can hear the conversation as it's unfolding, and if you have any questions that you'd like me to ask the guest, I will check the chats and ask the guests those questions, because there are some times where the guests flabbergast me, and it'd be nice to be able to phone in a friend, so to speak. Bail me out, audience. I definitely needed it on a recent episode, and I won't say which one. I'll let you figure that out. But either way, I definitely love the idea of going on the Macroaggressions podcast, and I don't know where this dude got that impression, but that's all right. That's right. I appreciate you. And that's only the first part of his message. He says he's been loving the new episodes and super intrigued by ley lines. So am I. What to learn more about, but haven't. Oh, sorry. He wants to know what to learn more, but he has had trouble finding some of the book suggestions. He asked me, he spells out Peter Shampoo, which is spelled perfectly, Ben Ross, and Michael Wong with a G. So let me clarify, because I might have a thick accent and I don't realize it. So Ross Ben is short for, I think, Rastafari Ben. So that would be spelled R-A-S-B-E-N, Ross Ben. And then Michael Wann, his last name is spelled W-A-N-N. So he couldn't find any of the book titles. He lives near Philadelphia, and he's been to Wissahickon Park. That's so cool. That's where Ross Ben gave Tara and I a tour this summer. It was really cool. It's one I've heard him talk about it as one of the geologically oldest places on the East Coast. It literally hasn't changed for thousands and thousands of years. So shout out to you, S. McDevitt. A lot of cool messages that followed. Again, I get back to everybody. I have a conversation with you on the Instagram. Follow us on Instagram. Join the party on Telegram. Stay in touch with your favorite show, because I need to know how far this thing is going to go. I want this show to grow and glow, right? So let's do this together, all right? And I'm not going to say faux show. So, Jay Sten, shout out to you, bro. I think I've read Jay Sten's messages on the podcast before, so I'm not going to go into all of them. But he has had some crazy experiences that he's relayed to me. I think I was even in one of his dreams. So if you remember that episode, shout out to you, Jay Sten. He says another crazy experience happened the other week before you dropped that podcast with the person from the Amish Inquisition podcast. Literally the day before, I was shopping with my wife and I picked up some Amish eggs. And when I got home, I mentioned how I wanted to visit an Amish community since I'm in Ohio. But then I heard that podcast and boom, you're talking about how you saw your first Amish person. Super weird. But earlier today, I heard your latest podcast and the guest mentioned Tubi, capital Tubi. And I literally started using that streaming service this week because it has some dumb horror movies. But he mentioned that it has good documentaries. So I checked it out today, and sure enough, it does. Anyways, always love your podcast. Wow, dude, thank you so much. Always love your show and how it's connected with it all. And there's more, and like I said, I took screenshots, so I can't read the whole message. But Jay Sten, super cool dude. Him and his lady, his wife, rather, are listeners of the show, and we appreciate you for tuning in to the synchronicities, Mr. Jay Sten. And yeah, Tubi sounds cool. I was just watching some kung fu movies because I like dumb kung fu movies. But I also like dumb sci-fi movies, if we're saying the word dumb as in like kind of cheesy. B movies is the other term you can use. All right, let's see. Mindfulness Matters sent us a message. Hey, Mark, listening to you and Mike, awesome job laying everything out. I was curious if you can give me some book recommendations for ley lines, earth grids, as well as any other solid reads. Well, I get this question all the time, and, I do want to give you some book suggestions, but at the same time, I want you guys to trust your intuition and let your sort of intuition guide you as to what book is right for you at that particular moment in your life. So if that's not a good enough answer, go over to the Patreon, and that is where I will be putting together a library of books that you guys can draw on for inspiration. And if you're listening to the Your Handbook for the Apocalypse show, you'll know that Mike gave me a super killer idea and that I don't want to go into, but it was on episode 7, so check that out if you like books and you want a killer idea on how to switch it up with your book reading. All right, so Joey, shout out to you, brother. He says, hey, what's up, Mark? Love the show and the new stuff with Wann. It seems like you would be hip to this, and it's a thought and feeling I keep getting daily. I really think there is some power for good to be had with directed collective consciousness. Some big examples of it working that I've heard about in just the last few weeks is Lindsay from Rogue Waves with a group of people on the equinox. It's pretty sure they helped affect the Schumann resonance of the Earth. You can go online and see the measurements day by day of the frequency, and on the day and time they did their collective positivity meditations, the frequency jumped higher than it did for months. Back in 1997, Texas was having the worst drought ever, and Art Bell did an experiment and told all of his listeners to visualize rain over Texas. And within hours, thunderstorms and massive amounts of rain fell in Texas, breaking the multiple-month drought. Another one, hundreds of people from some 4chan chat board. Let's see. This is a super interesting message. Joey, dude, thank you, bro. Because Lindsay was just on the podcast today, synchronistically. So it's very cool that you're bringing this up, Joseph. Let me read the rest of your message here. So, another one, hundreds of people from some 4chan chat board in 2016 set their intentions for Hillary to fall, and the next day on camera, she collapsed. I feel like us humans are way more spiritually powerful than we can imagine. That would be awesome, man. I'm going to... And I answered back and I said, yes, join our Telegram chat. I'm hoping to do similar group meditations when our community grows a little more. Yes. And he says, it would be really cool to get as many people as we can to figure out directed, positive intentions to counteract this stuff going on today. Joey, you rock. I love this. When listeners come to me with their ideas and say, hey, I think we should do this, and then it even further is super freaking badass and cool because synchronistically Lindsay and I just spoke today. Tara was there too. Can't leave her out because it was the Synchromystic Exploration in the Ever-Expanding Now. Tara and I being the expanding explorers and all of you listening with us, taking part in the exploration. And Lindsay discuss that with us on the show. So it's really cool that Joseph sent me this. Obviously, this was a couple weeks ago, so it's not that synchronistic because I already read this a couple weeks ago. So just saying, we're going to be super critical. But I'm also a stoner who forgets things. So in a way, that makes it synchronistic. When I forget, it's like a reset button, okay? Don't quote me on that, guys. Anyways, shout out to you, Joseph. And he did join the Telegram chat, so we appreciate you for stepping up. We have 50 people in the Telegram right now. I think 51, 52, something like that. One of them's a spammer, though. No spammers allowed. Join the Telegram. I'm always checking that thing every day. A lot of cool people having their own independent conversation, a whole group conversation, people inspiring each other. I love it. I love that we're starting a community here. Tara loves it. She wants to have her own community, mutual and sort of adjacent to this community, probably the same community. Oh, she's getting really mad at me now. So Tara wants to be basically the leader of this community. I'm just kind of like her spokesman. So now she's saying that's not true either. Okay. Either way, Tara and I would really love it and appreciate it if you all joined our little community on Telegram. Because this show is a little show that good. We're growing, baby. We're doing this thing. I'm just like you. I'm a podcast listener who, like the Truman Show, here I am in podcast town. Lucky enough to, as some people who Instagram message me, I was blessed with Sam Tripoli out of nowhere, I think was the way that this person phrased it, which is not true. And F you, dude, for saying that, because I worked real hard to get to the point where I was at, even before I ever talked to Tripoli. My mind has always been geared for this kind of thing. This didn't happen overnight, okay? I didn't just get tapped on the shoulder by Sam, and then all of a sudden I was all of a sudden a conspiracy theorist overnight. Okay, I've been doing this since I was 14 years old, so don't get it twisted, homie. I do appreciate everybody that reaches out to me, but if you get it twisted, I will bite back. I mean, come on. That was just a weird thing to say to somebody. Not going to give out any names. It's all love at the end of the day. There was a misunderstanding there. But there are some shout-outs. that need to be made. And that is a shout out that I am making. That person knows who they are if they're listening. Anyways, back to a positive shout out. Stony, let's see. Oh, right on. Colorado Dank just booked a spot on the podcast. That's awesome. We're going to be talking Colorado Dank. Maybe we'll have Micah Dank and Colorado Dank on in the same episode. It'll be Dank on Dank. Dank versus Dank. Shout out to Micah Dank. My name is in his book. I love that. I got a acknowledgement. That's the official term, an acknowledgement in the Into the Rabbit Hole book series. I wish that Micah would write me into his book as a character, because I am a character. I could see myself in one of Micah's stories. I mean, come on, guys. You would love that, right? If you think that's a good idea, send this clip to Micah Dank, okay? Go on your phone, screen share it, however you do it, screen record it, and send it to Micah Dank on Instagram. Let him know that when he writes his next book or when he casts characters for his future TV show or movie based on his awesome book, he needs to have me as one of the characters. Just saying. I don't have to act in it, but if they base one of the characters off of me, the Connecticut Conspiracy King, Connecticut's King of Conspiracies, who knows? Maybe that'll be a really good move on your part, Micah Dank. Anyways, shout out to you and shout out to Colorado Dank. The next shout out is to Stony O's. Hey, my bro, love the work you do and the time you put in. I'm about to close all my social media accounts and I would like to fuck my TV in the bin. I hope you're from England, because that sounds like the way English people talk. I'd like to fuck my TV in the bin. Right, Tara? Sorry. So he says, I'd like to fuck my TV in the bin. Can you please send me a list of books you have so I can purchase them? All right, that's awful. I'll try that again. You'd like to fuck my TV in the bin. Can you please send me a list of the books you have so I can purchase them? Well, Stony, I have 600 and something books last time I tried to count. So I don't think I'll be sending you a list anytime soon. That would be very hard. I actually did when I moved from where I was at to where I'm at now, I took all of the books and put them on the floor and did like this really cool video and put it on my Instagram. I think it's on this Instagram too, for My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. So that's a good way to see all my books. But if you want a concise list, go over to the Patreon, where I will be starting a book club. Because as much as I like the Best Friend Book Club concept, I'm going to have to call it quits on that eventually. So if you want to get a book from my private collection, get in on that before the end of the year, because 2022, I think I will be closing the Best Friend Book Club off. Not because I don't want to do it anymore, because I've found other ways to incentivize you guys to support the show. And I also have a limited amount of books and don't want to give them all away. So I would really hate for me to wake up one morning and have like 100 people signed up for the Best Friends Book Club, and then 100 of my 600 books are getting mailed away. That might happen, but that's why I'm putting up the clause that people have only November or December to sign up for the Best Friend Book Club and get a book sent to you from my own private collection. And I'm not, stingy with the books. Ask the homies. Ask Sylvester Covarrubias, one of my favorite dudes out there listening to the show. Super supportive. Has shown us so much love on the Patreon. He's one of our longest patrons. And he originally was in the Best Friend Book Club for like 3 months, so he rocked. And I sent him multiple books. Another dude that was in the Best Friend Book Club was Casey Harris. Shout out to you. We also have, and I'm really sorry, but I guess I pronounced their name wrong the first time, so I'm just gonna like pronounce it wrong again because I have no idea how to. And this is why I started the pod inbox, because I don't know how to pronounce this name. She said I pronounced her name wrong, but based on how it's spelled, this is the only way I know how to say it. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say it again. Tasha Patterson. Now, maybe it's Tasia Patterson. Maybe the Patterson part's wrong. Maybe it's Patterson. Maybe it's Paterson. Paterson. Maybe that's what it is. So either way, they're in the Best Friend Book Club. And then one of the lovely people who sent us an audio message, Ellie, is also in the Best Friend Book Club. So we've had some really cool people in the Best Friend Book Club, but I do have to call that quits eventually because, like I said, I don't want to give away all my books. I buy a lot of them, so it is nice to be able to share them. But I definitely am keeping them for a reason. So yeah, Stony O's, thank you for the message. Definitely sign up for the Patreon if you want a book list. I'm going to put that there this week, probably tomorrow actually. And then he said he heard me say, okay, yeah, cool. Thank you, Stony. So the next message comes from Tyler. It's getting late over here, folks. It's 2:30 in the morning, but I had to put this 100th episode out for you guys on 11/11, 100th episode, November 11th. And I just, I want to do it now. I'm a night owl. I started it at 1:11. Wow, that's interesting. So anyways, let's get back to this message. Tyler C says, dude, I'm listening to the Alchemy episode with Benjamin Balderson and had a huge connection because he was saying that Saturn was represented by lead, which blew my mind because that, excuse me, because that what they say happens to radioactive material when it loses its radioactivity is it turns to lead. That's why it blew my mind, because in mainstream science, we were told the sun is this huge radioactive ball of fire, which would mean Saturn, after losing its radioactivity, turns to lead. Whoa, boom, I didn't even realize what this dude said. And like I said, I get back to everybody who messages me, so I did. There's more to say here. We had a little conversation. This was only a couple days ago. And yeah, wow, this Tyler, shout out to you. Send more messages, bro. You rock. And yeah, I didn't even think of that. So maybe Saturn is a ball of lead. That's a great point. All right, and speaking of my man, Sylvester, he left us a cool message. He said, happy birthday, sent you a donation, noticed you changed it to Alt Media United. Let me know, I'll send it to another one just for you, and you can share that one with the gang. I appreciate your work. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be listening. We're the same age, and that's why I vibe so much with you, my guy. The new generation of truth spitters. And the prank call episode was hilarious. LOL. Happy birthday, man. Keep it positive like you always do. Gratitude equals great attitude. LOL. Laurel, still blowing my mind. And I have gratitude for you and your great attitude. Oh, man, you rock, bro. I appreciate you. Sylvester really is one of a kind, and he has been so kind to us and this awesome show. And I got to say, he's somebody who definitely motivated me when I was down. Before Tara and I got together, I was pretty down on myself. There was a couple weeks where I was down on myself, down on the show. I don't know if I even put any episodes out some of those weeks. And I don't know if you can tell on the show, because I try to maintain that positive energy. But yeah, Sylvester definitely helped me out and motivated me to keep going. So shout out to you, brother. Really appreciate you. Next message comes from Grace Martin. Grace says, Nick Hinton, do you think you'll have him on your show soon? says, absolutely. I will definitely have Nick Hinton on my show soon. Nick is traveling right now, so when he gets settled in, wherever he's going to be settled in, I'm not going to give away his location, he has promised me that he will do my show. So, Nick, if you're listening to this, I will be waiting, sir. Get in touch with me. I cannot wait to talk to you. And if you're looking for more Nick Hinton, check out episode 502 of the Tinfoil Hat Podcast, where he joined Sam and the guys in studio. All right, and it's getting late, so we're going to hit our last message of the night. And then, yeah, like I said, this is going to be a multi-part episode. I'm hoping it'll be 3 or 4 hours. I think that's the max size I can host with my Transistor hosting account. So here we go. Laura Lavender. Hi, I just heard you on an episode of the Tinfoil Hat, the Aleister Crowley episode, and I just wanted to say you did awesome. I learned a lot from it and got to see both sides of it. It sounded like Sam was very passionate and very firm in his opinion that Aleister was a horrible person who brought nothing good to the table. And I just wanted to say that although your research wasn't shared to defend him, but simply provide some facts, I totally saw your point. Thank you, Laura. I really appreciate that. And, like I said, folks, I'm not shy. If you want to reach out to me and you want to do a show with me, I am 100% down. I can't promise anything. I can't say I'll do it. But if you send me a compelling message and you really get me going, I'm down. And Laura had her own podcast. So I said, hey, Laura, why don't you come on my podcast and Tara and I will have a conversation with you. So look forward to that. First time messenger. Pretty soon she'll be on the show. And her podcast, to give her a shout out, is called, is Mysteries Beyond with Laura Lavender. So stay tuned. She will be on the show in the future at some point. Colorado Dank, like I said, scheduled a podcast with me, and yeah, that's what happened while we were here. Also, Ed, who sent us a inbox message, the dude that we just heard there, sent another really cool email. Damn. And he says, he says a bunch of stuff, but I will just answer your question. Wow. Ed, you are a G, dude. He's got a long email. Well, I'll have to get into this another time. But Ed, yes, you can mention me on your podcast. Definitely, we can do a swapcast one day. I definitely am down for that, Ed. You are a true G, and I appreciate you leaving a message. And this isn't just for episode 100, folks. I've had the pod inbox for a while now, so if you want to be on the show in the intro, I am going to field these voice messages. I'm going to listen to them. Don't hit me with no crazy shit, but leave me a message, and I will play it in the intro. Anyways, on to the next segment. Thank you so much for being here with us on the 100th episode of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast. That's right. 100 episodes strong, 150,000 downloads. We are kicking butt and taking names, and I love you all for listening. So, on to the next segment. Peace.
We're going to do a circle jerk. Everybody's going to put their left hand and do a circle jerk. Okay, hold on.
Oh, well, we just lost the only lady here. Thank you, Al.
No, we didn't. She's not leaving. Please, God, no.
She's frozen in time, literally. She will not move.
Jenny, no, do not leave. We need you. And here, the man of the hour is joining us right now. We'll see if his internet is. Let me add something.
Alex, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Ron, you sound good. How are you doing, my friend?
Cool, thanks. I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Good move.
Right. Good.
Look, okay, so we're logged on. Looks like he's about to be here. Wow, you guys. There's Tara. I don't know how Mark is getting laid. It's impossible. Tara.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, everyone.
You sound
We have
good.
1.5 chicks on the show right now.
Hey, man, maybe she left because you had left a bad taste in her mouth.
Oh, damn.
What?
Wow, no.
Low bar.
Okay, so I'm gonna go get him now. So be quiet, and then when he comes back,
Be quiet.
Be quiet. What are we? He's gonna. What? Are we on the speaker? I mean, yeah. Okay.
You asked the one thing of Alex that he can't do.
I can't do it. I can't be quiet now.
Are you doing this in your boxer shorts again?
Dude, Sam, I don't have pants. I don't wear pants. I wear. And you know what's funny, Sam? I swear to God, I get donations from people that say, "Show me your feet," and I do it. And I didn't realize this. I'll show my sandals because people want to see, do you have pants on? And now I'm realizing it's people with feet fetish. Swear to God, this guy's like, I want to see your feet. I don't even mind. I'll oblige. But if you do that on Twitch and you get a donation for showing your feet, you get banned.
Wow, that's just offensive.
That's a fetish. I know. I'm disgusting. I'm a whore, so it doesn't
another
matter.
dude's here.
Yeah, Mike. There we go, dude. This is a sausage fest. A conspiracy sausage fest is the name of the show.
How the hell did she arrange this?
Yeah, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mark. Happy birthday to you. Yes,
Wow.
Mark.
Now officially at 0 women. Mark.
Nailed it.
Mark, you have no female friends.
These are all my online friends.
Happy birthday, Mark.
And you know, it's funny. I talked to Mark yesterday, and he was the typical, because birthdays suck. Mark was like, "Oh, I'm kind of depressed for my birthday. I'm kind of,
That's not what I said.
Kind of. I mean, you kind of sound like you're on your period a little bit. You had kind of your period. You're like, oh, I don't know how I should feel. And I was like, well, you should. It sucks. It sucks dick because birthdays are.
Why were you upset? Why were you depressed?
I was just thinking like, all this attention. I'm just more interested in doing things rather than being celebrated for something. I feel like I haven't accomplished anything yet. I'm 27. I still got a long way to go. So it feels like maybe in 8 years I'll have more to celebrate.
You're doing all right,
Dude,
Mark.
it's fine. Dude, it's not a race. That's the thing. It's definitely not a race. You shouldn't look at it like that because that'll just stress you out more, dude, and it's going to come to you whenever it's ready.
As an old guy on this show, I think the key is to look at where you are compared to where you were. And then you start to realize how great the journey's been. I mean, Mark, dude, I basically created a monster, okay? Because you were some creeper dude in a line at a fucking the New York City show, and now I think you're booking 5,000 podcasts. So, I mean, it's like you're doing great. I mean, look at where you were compared to where you are.
Right.
And that's perfect, Sam. That's exactly it. Mark, you've gone. I mean, since I've met you, you've just ballooned. So, I mean, don't sit back and think that you're not getting anywhere. You haven't accomplished anything.
Where are you, Ron? Are you in a library right now? What's going on with the background?
They have good Wi-Fi there, dude.
It's my business. I got business Wi-Fi, so we're good.
By the way, there are no books at the adult bookstore. Do you guys know that?
Well, I mean, they don't have any hardback porn books there. I guess not.
No, they're hardback.
My one book.
Oh yeah.
Kama Sutra. Kama Sutra is back there.
So this is
Mark,
a podcast?
It's something like that.
Like
Tara organized it. She really cares about you. I'm surprised, Mark. I'm guessing this is going to be disgusting to say, but if you're 6'8" and she went through all the pain, you must have a big dick because you're obviously banging her right. For her to do all this for you, you're hitting it right, Mark. So congratulations, and I hope Tara's not listening.
She arranged this? Oh,
yeah, she did it all. She did it all. I mean, I sent out the Zoom, but other than that, yeah.
I don't even know how she got my number. I'm
It's
impressed.
been in the works for like a week.
Yogi, and I tried to deny you from the birthday, and she made it. She put her foot down. She said, no, Yogi Zoronanda. Yeah, I said, no. I go, no. He tries. I'm sorry. His vibes. He's not a good enough Yogi. His yoga skills aren't capable of being part of this group, but.
I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Alex.
Welcome anyway.
Hey,
yeah.
Mark, you showed up late. Alex was talking about how the chick that ate his butt left. I mean,
yeah, Mark knows all about it. Mark knows all about it.
Dude. It's unbelievable that you didn't think you'd have to be on drugs to eat your butt. Like,
no shit! No shit!
Post-analingus. Oh my God, Mark. You can't believe what just happened.
Well,
she
went to the taint.
Through that.
She went to the taint, and no girls have ever really done that. And I thought she had a normal, she was prescribed these pills. So it's just when you go overboard, she was going overboard, and that's when, the relationship was a nightmare. Listen how it ended. It ended with her.
Yeah, but, dude, what do you think is the role of eating your butt had to do with her going off the edge?
Well, you need Xanax. I'm saying it's a lot. I don't think I kicked her over the edge, but
probably she's like, what am I doing? I'm eating this Jew's butt right now.
Well, I'm not even Jewish, but yeah. So I said Stein. I hate that so, Sam, because I didn't get to grow up with any cool Jewish shit. All these Jews, they have a bar mitzvah. They have all these rich friends. I grew up in Texas. Everybody called me a fake Jew, and it was annoying. So I feel like it's still happening now in the conspiracy world. I'm the part of the Jewish Illuminati, which is fine. Which I actually like, coming across that way, because then it seems like I have secret information. But all that, yes, she was definitely at a low point in her life. If my butthole touches your lips, you're at a low point in the roller coaster of life. You're at the dipping point.
Anyways, happy birthday, Mark.
Mark, yeah, for you. And Mark,
derailed. What's going on, Alex? You telling everybody about your dirty laundry?
Well, that's how it started off at the beginning. But I guess everybody needs to go around and say hi to Mark, because we have so many people. So I guess we'll say, hey, we'll give everybody a second. So we got Mike Romanelli. Hey, Mike, how are you doing, my friend? What do you got to say to Mark?
Mark, what's up, brother? Happy birthday. I love you, man. And you're doing great. You're fucking doing great.
Is this the backyard with all the bears in it that you're in right now? Or do you
I'm in a corner of it, yes. In a corner of it. But you're doing great, brother.
Thank you, man.
And you've got all these people together. I can't wait to see you this weekend. I love you, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mike.
Wow, that was really nice and heartfelt. That's almost too emotional, Mike. Now you're pulling on my heartstrings. Okay, Andre, what's up? Welcome to Mark's surprise birthday party. How are you doing?
I'm great, man. It's good to be here, and thanks for the invite, man. I can't thank you enough for all that you've done for me, man. And it's been amazing to see how much you've blossomed over the last year, man. And with every month that passes, man, you're just doing bigger and bigger things. And I can't wait to see what the future holds for you and Tara as well.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Okay. Yogi Zoronanda, you're up next. And of course I wanted you on. I was obviously kidding with that. You're always welcome. What's happening, my man? And welcome to the surprise birthday party.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mark. So great to see everyone. I'm pretty much new to this community, and I have Mark and Sam to thank for that, because it's a year almost to the day where I started this whole journey actually being a guest on Zero Sam's, and that's actually thanks to Mark. So to go from being guests on podcasts to having my own podcast, I have Mark to thank for that whole journey. And now I'm in a room full of fellows and people who are on the same wave of giving information and knowledge and wisdom on the state of the world and secrets that most people have no idea about. So yes, thank you, Mark. Happy birthday, and happy to be here.
I will say, Yogi, dude, thank you, because I just trusted, I don't know how much everybody else knows about this, but I forget exactly how, but we just got in touch over Instagram. And yeah, Sam, you definitely created a monster, or at least unleashed my potential in that way, because I got all these books behind me, really doing nothing but reading them and bothering my friends and family about this information that I cared about so much. And even with just like bothering Sam, like giving him that book the first time I met him, it's really mind blowing that you guys are saying such nice things. Cause to me, like, I never really valued myself, I guess. And I'm realizing now, wow, You know, I really thank you guys.
Wow. Look at you getting emotional. Wow.
A lot of, you know, my friends and family, they don't understand this type of stuff. So it's so cool to be able to help, you know, Sam get guests on the show and connect with all of you guys who, you know, I wouldn't really know unless Sam gave me the opportunity. So yeah, really, I mean, I gotta kind of refer any congratulatory feelings to Sam just by default, because I do feel like I owe him so much. But thank you guys. I mean, yeah, thank you, Yogi. I appreciate that, brother.
Wow, I love the emotions. I love it. This show is already so raw.
Well,
I didn't expect
Tara,
that.
like, she didn't even tell me I'm in my pajamas right now, and I sit down and there's 10 of my friends.
How's that any different than any other show you do?
Yeah,
I guess not much different.
Okay, so who do we got next? Mike, welcome to Mark's surprise birthday show. How are you doing, Mike?
I'm doing fantastic. And Mark, happy birthday. I'm very pleased to be included in this illustrious group of nut jobs. And I guess the first thing I want to say is, I mean, I guess this is a little bit of good news, is there's literally no such thing as a birthday. It's all made up bullshit. It's like every day is another day. It's a trajectory, but they introduce this idea to put you on the loop. So as soon as you see that, you realize there's no need to feel bad when they give you your birthday and feel, oh God, what didn't I do this year? How am I comparing myself up to these made up comparisons? But the bad news is, when you move off of the birthday cycle, then there's no need for all of us to get together. And it is a lot of fun to get together. And everyone, I agree with everything which I've heard so far. You have touched so many lives. Everyone here, in a special way, Mark, I want to thank you for everything that you do and everything new that you've brought into my life, because you've definitely done that. And even though it's all made up, I hope the next year is going to be an even more great special growth one for you.
Keep your children away from Mike Wann if they still believe in Santa Claus.
I have ruined more dreams than you can imagine.
Birthday to the ultimate in grinding and shining. Our boy, numero 990.
It's just another day, but it gives us a reason to get together.
And we're live on your Conspiracy Castle channel right now. People are donating to my birthday, Alex. What is going on?
We just got a donation. We'll figure out how we'll disperse the funds, but we'll figure out that later. Then my Jewish side is coming out now, Sam. We'll figure out that later.
I love that on Twitter now. You can get Bitcoin, dude. I'm starting to go, dude.
You can just put your wallet.
You can go off on Twitter, but Instagram is like, you can't say, I can't post so much on Instagram because I get dung for shit. They don't even give me the reason. I posted a picture of Hillary Clinton's camel toe and they're like,
it's sexual, right?
Guidelines. There's nothing sexual about Hillary Clinton's camel toe.
It was too hot.
Yeah, but Sam, it's weird. Instagram has some weird thing, which I think you can get like 11 strikes before they kick you off Instagram, or unless you do like something.
I have like 40.
I know. I have so many. That's why I don't understand why I'm not kicked off. But dude, my Conspiracy Castle page goes to no one. I mean, literally, when I post a video, I have like 17,000 followers. It gets 200 views. So when it talks about shadow ban, people say it's fake. They admit that Instagram is the most shadow ban, whatchamacallit, social media. Mike,
someone else's fucking birthday cake.
Okay, so hey, Ron, welcome to the show. How are you doing? Welcome to Mark's surprise birthday show. What's happening, Ron?
I'm doing good, everybody. Hey, Mark, I just wanted to congratulate you on your year anniversary, right? To begin with your show, but when you sit back and you say that you haven't accomplished anything, just look at this panel right here. You brought all of these people together. I mean, literally. I mean, when I started on Dangerous World and everything like that I met you, and it just a balloon since then. So those are things that you have accomplished, right? And you've accomplished finding love, which I helped you do.
How did you help him find Tara? What do you do?
No,
he talked you through your existential crisis.
He was the uncle and the mentor I never had. And as I was, courting her, so to speak, I would call Ron probably every day, like, dude, she just texted me this. What do you think? Just kind of like losing my mind, hoping that this girl was for real. And the fact that she did this, I'm like, wow, yeah, she's
white guys just overthink women. They really do.
Yeah,
dude.
agreed.
It's unbelievable how much white guys overthink women. Nobody else is. Everyone's like, damn, look at that ass.
I
White guys are like, should I write her a poem?
I did go to Sam. I went to Sam one time for advice in this realm, and he basically told me, bro, you're young. Just, what was it? Something like pump and dump and move on to the next chick, something to that degree. So I'm like, all right, that's as much as I'm going to get from Sam. Maybe I should seek some advice in that realm somewhere else.
I do believe you have to get a little bit of it out of you. Like this, I think the best relationship for men in particular, and I could be wrong, is when you're really, and who knows when you get to this moment.
I'll tell you when you get chlamydia, Sam. When you get chlamydia is when you get that moment you've had enough sex. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, dude, STDs are just like belts in sexuality dojos, okay? So you're just
exactly.
The whole thing is like you just, everybody gets to a different place. It's when you're done chasing, whenever that could be 3 chicks, 1,000 chicks, whatever it is. That's when you got to settle down. When you're kind of over going to the bars and you're done swiping, that's it. But up until that moment, you got to get the action. I'm sure you have I met her at the show that we did at Mike's Club, and she's wonderful. So I'm super happy for you. But yeah, bang everything that moves.
Sam.
To all the white guys out there, bang everything that moves.
Well, that's what I did till I was in my 40s, and I said the best love of your life is the one you have now, your last one.
There you go.
I've been with mine now for 15 years, so it's awesome. So, but
that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you, Ron.
So,
wow, this show is like
gave me some
emotional.
great advice, so thank you.
Yeah.
Look how emotional this show. I mean, it started off with Mark kind of crying. Mike Romanelli really came in hot with like the pure passion, and then now, I mean, dude, Ron just talked about his 15-year love romance that he's so happy for. I mean, what's going on? I thought we're in an apocalypse. I thought the world is burning, guys. They're mandating vaccines. They're trying to mandate a vaccine to go to McDonald's. Like what? I mean, I'm not want to go. I know F all that. Happy birthday, but I'm happy that we can all come here and unplug from that. I really enjoy that. This group of ragtag wild people.
Yeah, but Mark, you've achieved a lot, and you're going to achieve a lot more as you move forward. I know that for certain.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah,
I couldn't imagine having the internet like this is when I was 27. The opportunities that are out there are so amazing, and it was just. They weren't there when I was your age. And that's crazy. And like, here's the beautiful thing is that the journey is so long. Ron will tell you this. It's such a long journey. And, I was kind of looking back on my life because, when I got the text about this happening, I was kind of thinking about my own life. Right. And I go, hey man, my 20s were absolutely amazing. I mean, I just running and gunning and making insanely bad decisions and loving all of it, right? Just can't believe I didn't go to jail more, but love it. And then the 30s were just, an absolute dumpster fire. Just, depression. All my friends around me that I'm kind of closing out shows. We're all on shows. I'm going last. And they're all becoming millionaires, and I can't put 2 pennies together, And it's just like really sadness. But then the 40s, I'm in my 40s now, and I'm starting to end the final, year of that. I got a couple more weeks till I turn 49. And my 40s have been absolutely spectacular. I could not ask for anything more in my 40s. So the point of this long rant is that it's such a fucking journey, dude. And it's such a long journey. And no matter where you are right now, no matter how good it is or how bad it is, it's not the final destination. And that's it's such a long journey. I've seen people get everything they want in their 20s. And then by the time they're 40, they're miserable and lost. I've seen people just struggle, being in sobriety and stuff. I've heard stories of people who are eating out dumpsters and now they're directing major TV shows. It's like such an incredibly long journey that people just don't understand. And there is something zen about being in the now, but just understand what's happening now doesn't mean in 5 years it's going to be the same thing or in 10 years it's going to be. It's like you can never get comfortable, but you just have to understand, like, dude, everything could get better, or everything could get better for sure. And like whatever you're feeling right now at 27, enjoy, because you got 8 more years, bro, until rigor mortis starts to set in. And then from 35 to the day you die, you are fighting off rigor mortis. That's what you're doing. Rigor mortis doesn't happen when you're dying. Rigor mortis just solidifies even more. Rigor mortis starts setting in at 35 years old. And then if you don't keep moving, you can't fucking stretch. You can't do anything. So whatever you're feeling weird at 27, just know this too shall pass. And it's either going to be more glorious or a bigger dumpster fire, depending on how you engage it.
And Mark, remember this, you're 6'8", so you have some Nephilim blood in you. So you have some good blood. You know what I mean? You are from a royal bloodline. I mean, you are from the descendants of heaven. So,
hey, you know what? Like, coming from the old guy on the panel, like, I'm 58 years old and my journey is still going strong. So Sam is right. Like, at 27, Mark, you don't, even though you do know a lot right now, you don't know shit compared to what you're going to learn. Right?
You don't know
what you're going to know. No. So, I mean, at my age, I'm still learning stuff every day and I'm not slowing down. So you got plenty of time ahead of you to achieve the goals that you're setting forward. So just keep moving forward. Because if I can keep moving forward at my age, anybody can.
And did we say hi to Expanding Reality? I don't know if I did. Did we give you a chance to say hi to Mark? I forget.
We
did not, but I'd like to.
One of my hot farmers calendar that I'm making, where all the best looking farmers are just there, just on the, you know. So he's gonna be
farmers only.
Plowing, dude. We're just plowing.
That's what it's gonna say. Just plowing.
Just plowing. That's it. Yeah. Thank you guys for inviting me. Of course, Mark, dude, happy fucking birthday, man. Feliz cumpleaños, motherfucker. Nice job. I'd say congratulations on making it another spin around the sun, but I don't know what's going on with all that anymore.
We're geocentrists. The sun spins around us. Okay, but we don't want to argue about this. Go ahead. No.
There we go.
Yes,
there we go. No, brother, keep moving forward, man. You got so much ahead of you. We love the shit out of you. And what you said at the beginning, that you don't like all the attention, well, too goddamn bad. You're too awesome. So deal with it, because we love you. So congratulations. Happy birthday. Keep moving forward, brother, dude. Look at your support group. Look at this.
Well, I have a podcast, so I'm not going to lie and say I don't like the attention. But yes, thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Birthday,
Mark, just think. Look at this room. These are all the same people that will be at your intervention if you ever get, spun off on drugs. So look at this. Mark this down. So this.
Start eating buttholes.
Yeah, like my ex. Gosh, that's Sam. You really made me feel bad with that one. That I now I feel guilty, overwhelmingly guilty that I put her in. Her low emotional state where she had to medicate to get away from the emotional pain. Did I force her to have to medicate? No.
Yeah. You gave her PTSD.
Wow! Wait, wow! I gave her PTSD. Now
write that one down, Sam.
Dude, that's better than Saturday Night Live. That's too good. Okay, well. Wow. So, Mark, you really had no idea, and we talked yesterday. Obviously, I wasn't going to mention it there. And
you knew, and that's why you hung up on me so quick, huh?
Well, you're annoying. You're annoying me too, though. It's like usual, but I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, so you had no idea. Tara put this together, and I was going to keep on kissing her butt. I just want to say, she must really like you to do this, because that had to be annoying. She sent this invite to a lot of people.
Believe that?
I know. We'll have her. She needs to come on. Let's thank Tara. Did she say something? Where is she right now? Is she right there? I want to tell her thank you.
She's happy that I'm busy. She's doing something.
Okay, good. Well, I still can't.
Such a priceless gift.
We're talking about my PTSD. I want to see a little bit about her PTSD, because obviously he's doing something right now. He's not giving her PTSD. He's giving her ecstasy. It sounds like.
She's actually stopped smoking weed since we got together. I don't know what that means. So if that's a measurement of anything, she's gotten sober since we got together. But I continue to smoke as much weed as I always have. But my man Dan hasn't spoke up yet. What's up, Dan? How you doing, bro? Thanks for coming here.
Hey, thanks, man. I'm sure you're wondering what I'm doing here. How the fuck did this guy get here? Roman gave me the link. And I wanted to say, first of all, hey, Ron, I'm sorry for calling you on the shitter the other day. It was an accident, I swear.
What's that?
I said, sorry for calling you on the shitter the other day. It was a total accident. Facebook and Instagram died that day. On the shitter the other day. It was a total accident because of that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you call me and then I'm like, hey, what's up? And you go, hey, I called you by accident. I'm taking a dump right now. I said, well, finish up and call me back.
Yeah, so my bad. That's not how I wanted to, say hi my first time. But no, and Mark, you're 27, dude. You can still jerk off like 6 times a day, bro. Like, you still got lots of stuff.
You better not. You'll go blind.
and dude, happy birthday. And you putting together Alt Media United is what really brought us all together, and all of us podcasters able to talk to each other and have conversations with each other. And I think that's making the whole genre in a way grow, and it's helping us find also answers, and we're able to connect with people because of that. So kudos to you for that. And then you're hooking up Sam with guests. So that's another way that you're also contributing to everything that's going on here, because all of us look to Sam as our inspiration to have our podcast and get going. So
you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is true, Sam. That is. We do owe a lot to you, and Mark, definitely does too. I know that. But we are here to celebrate Mark. I want to say, Mark,
Thanks, Dan.
Your energy though, Mark, is in the right place. That's why it's like kind of magnet. It is like a magnet, being attracted to it, because like you want to create content, you want to help expand the lies that we're living under, help reveal those lies. So that's why I appreciate
I'll tell you what, I was never interested in creating content, to be honest. And Sam kind of was like, dude, you got to have your own podcast. And I had a podcast, but it was really started because my best friend, who him and I aren't really friends anymore, wanted to have a Twitch channel and game. So I'm like, fuck, dude, let's talk about conspiracies while you're doing that. Who the hell's going to watch somebody game? Maybe I'm just not hip to all that. I'm not really a gamer, and then I realized, like, wow, this is the outlet that I've been looking for a long time. So yeah, man, thank you. I appreciate all the kind words, and I'm just a little flabbergasted because I've never had so much positive attention concentrated on me at once. And Sam's here too, so that's a little distracting.
Sorry, Mark, I'm not listening. I'm just looking at how my Shiba Inu's doing. Okay,
that's fine.
Hey, Mark, well, I'm gonna help you out with that. I'm gonna make it one less. I've got to run, guys. But thanks again so much, Mark. Happy birthday, dude. We'll catch up soon. Okay, thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
Wow, Mark. I mean, we're losing people already because people are getting too emotional, dude. You got Ron from New England talking about his wife. You got Sam spilling his guts out about how the 30s were difficult, seeing all of his kind of comedy rivals become successful in front of his face. Yeah. Well, you know what? I know, but you're friends with the same thing. The sad thing is you're kind of competing with the guys in a way because there's not that many spots for TV shows. Indirectly, you know what I mean? You're competing with these guys. Okay, it's not a competition. Okay, I'm wrong with that. I'm just saying you want to succeed. You're seeing other guys succeed. It took you a little while till you hit your freaking thing. And now, Sam, you're well known. You're in this realm, in our niche.
People know me.
No, I'm saying in our niche audience, Sam, you're the number one conspiracy podcast there is. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I think you owe a lot.
I think I'm number one. I think there's like Greg Carwood, and then what is that?
No, but I'm talking about the comedic version. I mean, you're the fun. I mean, you're the number one conspiracy comedian there is, no doubt about it. I mean, I don't know who else.
Brewer's making a run for it, dog.
Yeah, Jim is coming for you a little bit, and
I'll give it to him, dude. He's on fire. I don't want that attention, but because I'm a weirdo, but I'll let him have that mental. I just want to be like Clyde Sam in the corner, being a weirdo.
Well, you know what? I will say, part of the reason, and thank you for complimenting me on the magneticism, because I think that's something I've practiced. I'm not trying to sound like, like I have some kind of power or something, but it is, demonstrated in the fact that I was a huge fan of Tinfoil Hat. And then this opportunity came about for Sam and I to work together, and I've been able to do it exceedingly well, I think. And, Sam, the reason why I gravitated so much towards his show and to him is because Sam is so genuine. And it's not just about his show being funny. It's like Sam will talk to guys that are professors. He'll talk to guys that make movies. He'll talk to guys who have been in the shit, veterans, people who've seen assassinations. And he's still himself, he's genuine, and he'll sit there with anyone, say, dude, I flunked first grade. You're going to have to explain this out to me. And I think that's the best way you could do a show, because so many people host shows, like even me sometimes, like a know-it-all, and you expect your audience to know, and you assume that they know things already. But I think the way Sam does it, it's so genuine that he's just himself. And yeah, man, it's a big inspiration for why I made my show My Family Thinks I'm Crazy, because I wanted it to be personal and people to resonate with that, because I felt so much resonance with Sam and who he was and how honest he was about himself on his show. And even, going into the comedy scene, it's like, how many comedians are really honest about who they are? I mean, not many of them. There's a lot of prim and polish, but yeah, I'm just a little thrown off because I didn't know we were going to be doing a fun podcast here. And I'm surprised that my girlfriend booked all these awesome people. She's doing a great job for her first time book.
Makes you wonder who else she's talking to behind your back, huh?
Yeah.
Let's not plant this. Hey, but I want to make this point. Well, and I don't want to keep on kissing Sam's ass, but the thing is, the only way we're going to break the matrix is...
dude, if you want me to break up with you too, keep doing it.
Okay. But I'm saying is we have to use comedy and satire. That's the only way that I think we're going to wake people up. Not even that it's our job to wake people up. Like Sam, you're just saying you don't want to be the conspiracy comic because that's annoying. It's a scarlet letter. So I think the most important thing is,
it's just a bullseye on your head.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. It leads you to censorship, all this annoying stuff in this day and age. It sucks. But my point I'm trying to make, though, Sam, is that you're funny. That's why, when you have a comedic aspect.
Alex, look at what happened to Bill. Look at what happened to Bill Hicks. He became Alex Jones.
Well, I don't know if that's true because they say they're different heights, but I don't know. I mean, George Carlin said it best. It's a big club and we're not in it. I mean, that's obvious.
But we're winning, though. I really do believe it. And, I just did a big podcast on Rockfin. A lot of you guys are on Rockfin with this guy, Cliff High, and he really broke down what he believes is going to happen in 2022. And I think he's right. I mean, I know I probably live in an echo chamber on, social media. They get us in silos and stuff. But I think more and more people are waking up to the fact that this has been a giant con game. And I think you're going to see in 2022 a giant pushback. And that is my God honest belief. And I think great things are coming. I think when you look at the Bolshevik Revolution, you're like, they didn't have the internet to keep score and, and remember history. We have that. And it's happening in real time. And people are seeing the Dear White People showrunner is a white trans.
Yeah.
Like a white trans. She was born a white man, then transitioned into a white woman. So when she says, Dear White People, she's literally talking about herself. She is all white people. Imagine going to that fucking show. Imagine having to work on that show as a black person, and you have a white trans telling you how to fucking emote about how shitty white people are. That's the clown town that we're in.
It's the hypocrisy. It's total bullshit. I mean, it's ridiculous. And that's what, Chappelle got in trouble for, is for saying that DaBaby the rapper shot and killed a man in Walmart and nobody even said anything. His career skyrocketed, was the #1 streaming artist at the time of the shooting. And then he hurt some gay people's feelings and he lost every concert deal he had for his entire tour. So that just shows you can kill a black person, but you can't make fun of homosexuals.
And then he said something about space juice, right?
Yeah, the space juice. Yeah, talking about how if he was going to write a sci-fi thing, he would talk about people that left the Holy Land and then came back to the planet to reclaim it. This long thing. And then he said, I would call it space juice. So, of course, but the thing is, it's so easy to go after the people that are causing us turmoil, the evil social engineers. And I think you had it right, Sam. We are breaking free. Guys like Chappelle and stuff talking about this trans stuff. If you really look at the outrage, it's all fake. It's all that woman on Dear White People that gets mad. So I don't know. It's beautiful where we're heading, in my opinion.
Well, Billy Carson talks about space Hebrews.
Is
DaBaby a black Israelite? Is that why he's talking about space Jews? Is that what you guys are?
No, that's Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is the one that had the space Jews.
So angry.
Yeah, he's the one that had the space.
Why why are Black Israelites so fucking angry? It's like, how are you gonna get anyone to join your cause when you're pissed off assholes? Like, do decaf coffee or something. It just like, chill the fuck out, dude. Stop yelling at me. I'm listening. Stop yelling. They're always so fucking angry.
Yeah, when they're at the park, dude, if you try to film them with your camera, like I try to do selfies, they'll come and try to push the phone out of your hand. The Black Israelites, man, they do not play.
They're thugs.
That's why you gotta learn Krav Maga. The lifestyle of your people.
Dude, I have to run away. I have to yell rape. That's why I have a rape whistle. If anybody touches me, I just blow my whistle really loud. I mean, that's the only defense I have in Dallas.
Maybe that's why your girlfriend left.
Maybe. Fuck. I'm blowing the rape whistle. I'm just blowing the whistle. And it's just nothing's happening, but it's my last line of defense is this whistle. But
dude, you'll find another fucking big tooth honey.
Oh, I know. That's the thing is I'm going to find too many of them. And then that's another thing, though. The fact you have Tara that you like her, you need to keep her, Mark, because I'm not saying you guys need to settle down, but dude, you go and bang all these chicks. Like Sam said, I guess you get tired of chasing, but it's draining. Going on dates and courting bitches is fucking annoying, is a pain in the fucking ass, and it shouldn't be that way. Hey,
Alex, if you need another big tooth bitch, you know where to go, right? Bakersfield.
Why? Are they all big tooth bitches in there?
Yeah.
This bitch had braces till she was like 25. That's why her teeth were just, I mean, they look like she had a piano in her mouth. That's what it looked like.
Alex. Guys, I got to run. This is Mike. I got to run. Mark, happy birthday. I love you, man.
I got to run too.
All right, Sam.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Sam.
Mike,
appreciate you guys.
Congratulations, Mark. Congrats on whatever we're celebrating here. It's your birthday. It's your 1 year anniversary of your show. I don't even know.
27 years.
You're great.
Thank you, Sam.
And thanks for everything you do.
See you, Sam. Thank you for coming on. Very nice birthday present. All right. Okay. Well, that's so nice of Sam to come on. And then, Mark, dude, you didn't expect this. I don't want to keep on saying that because that's kind of annoying. Like, you didn't expect the birthday thing.
Well, it is a surprise. That's the definition of surprise, Alex.
But I'm saying I've never even done this. I'm really anti-birthday party, so now I feel like I feel kind of magnanimous myself. I feel like I actually did something.
Maybe if you weren't, forcing that chick to eat your butt all the time, she would have set something like this up for you 2 days ago on your birthday.
I don't force him to do anything. I never force him to do anything. They're all willing participants, but she did make me take a shower. That was weird. Yeah, she'd watch me while I was showering there. She was like a bird. She was like an eagle, just coming down right from my beehole. It was unusual. It was weird. That probably should have raised some flags, but it doesn't matter now. It's all over.
Speaking of birds, me and Tara saved a bird. If you guys don't know what a great blue heron is, look it up. It's a huge bird, and we saw one on the side of the road struggling, so I whipped my car U-turn, pulled over, and then we saved it. I got in there in the bush and grabbed him by the wings, and then Tara had a blanket that we wrapped him around in, and then I'm sitting in the back of my car as she's driving. We're like racing around on a Friday night looking for like a veterinarian that can take care of this massive crane, and I'm just in the back seat like holding on like, no, call someone else. We finally find a farm that can take care of it, but wow, it was really like one of those moments where you have to stop everything. It's like an emergency. This poor bird, broken leg. I care about animals so much. It was an emergency. My heart was racing. My arms were shaking. I'm like holding this poor little bird, hoping that it's going to be all right. And yeah, it was so funny. We end up bringing it to Stony Brook Farm. And the weird connection is there's a brewery somewhere around that has the same name, Stony Brook, and their mascot, their symbol is a great blue heron. So it's just weird that out of all of the like places that would have been able to rehabilitate this bird, it was Stony Brook Farm. So yeah, shout out to Sassafras, my podcast mascot that we rescued from the side of the road, a great blue heron.
I have a blue heron as a screensaver on my computer.
Really? Look at that.
And Mark, wasn't that hard to get the heron? Like, I mean, their necks are ginger.
I love animals, so I'm like the type of like crocodile hunter type of guy that'll like risk his own ass to like do that, something like that, because this is like, if you haven't seen a great blue heron before, they have a 4-inch beak, which is how they kill birds. So or not birds, fish. And they do eat small birds, but they can eat literally anything, mammals, lizards, but they primarily eat fish, and they stab them with their spear beak. And so I got this animal with a 4-foot neck and a 4-inch spear beak, in my hands in the back of my car, just trying to be as calm as possible so it doesn't get excited and start flapping its wings, which are also huge. But yeah, it was fine. The bird calmed down once we were in the car because it couldn't see very far. That was my guess. But as soon as we took it back out of the car, when we got to the farm, he's like looking around and trying to like get away from me, and his beak goes straight for the farmer, like the farmer who was waiting for us, like this far, like 2-3 inches away from like stabbing him right in the face. I was like, whoa, like pulled him back. I'm holding this. It's like, what's that? The Flintstones movie where, when they have all the animals that do like different things in their house, like the animal furniture. You ever see that? And they have like the long neck bird. It looked like literally like it was out of the Flintstones, this bird.
Wow, it feels like a dinosaur. That's what they say. The dinosaurs turned into birds. Yeah, right. But maybe it was. Maybe they're right. What the fuck do I know?
That's not what they say, Alex. They say that birds were around as long as dinosaurs were, but then because the oxygen levels changed, all these animals started evolving to be smaller and smaller and smaller, and that's why we don't have megalithic creatures anymore.
I thought we found T-Rex DNA in a chicken.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they said. They said they turned into chickens, Mark. That's the official story. Is they said a dinosaur turned into. That's the official story, which is yes. I mean, it's all obviously bullshit. I don't believe it either. But that's what they tell us. They tell us that the chicken is a direct descendant of dinosaurs. So I mean, it's fucking insane. Okay, we're at 45 minutes. So let's wrap this up in the next 15 minutes, Mark, because we did the emotional break. We've gotten so emotional. I told you
guys my bird story. I don't know what else. I mean,
no, we got it. No, I'm saying we got some stuff to talk about. I'm just saying, guys, it's got so emotional. Sam got emotional. Ron got emotional. Now, I mean, I feel like I need to get emotional.
Yeah. We get it, Alex. We get it. You're emotional.
Hey, Alex, can you let Ryan in?
He's
in the lobby.
Oh, shit. I didn't even know. How long has he been in the lobby for? Fuck.
Can you guys see this?
Hope he wasn't in. Ryan, have you been in there long? I've been looking at it.
Oh, damn.
Ryan, were you in there very long?
He's
found this book. I found this book in a book barn yesterday for $10. It's all about the Tartarian map that they found.
How many pictures does it have, though? I only buy books with lots of pictures.
Has a lot of pictures, Alex. You would love it. And the cashier or whatever who ran this used bookstore, literally as I'm buying it, was like, oh, 2 days ago, Yale University just proved that map is a hoax. And I'm like, yeah, I trust a lot of the things that Yale University comes out with. And then, but it was just funny how like that, I find this book, it's in the news this week. And then the bookstore seller like makes that comment. But yeah, looking through it, it's very, very strange. My theory, is that the Norse play a larger role than we've been told. And I know my man Dan over here has been investigating a lot of that stuff too. So I'm excited to get into that once I dive into this book a little further. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, bro? Doing some deliveries down there?
Yeah, dude. Happy birthday, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm so late, dude. I'm at work right now, so.
Hey Ryan, we're here to celebrate Mark. But I looked into that girl that opens her mouth. I'm definitely down to have that girl on. What the fuck is her deal? Why is her mouth so big? Does she have like a genetic? I guess nobody knows what we're talking about, but Ryan recently did a podcast with this girl that has the world's largest mouth, and I think she really does have the world's largest mouth. Her jaw is unreal.
Where did you Guinness World Record themed episodes now, Ryan? What's going on?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What is this about, Ryan?
Yeah, it was honestly. So she's trying to start a podcast of her own. So I'm just like trying to help out the way that I can, But yeah, no, it was just a bonus episode. We talked about conspiracies a little bit. But yeah, dude, she has the widest mouth.
She has a huge Instagram following. She has a huge following already.
That's perversion.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to get involved and like try to, see if she wanted to do anyone else's shows and, try to piggyback off that following a little.
For sure. Yeah, I'm definitely down to have her on. I saw that.
I'm saying people are interested in that because they're perverts.
Why? Because her mouth opens so wide? I don't know, dude. I mean, because like I have a big head, dude, but her jaw is like unbelievable. Her facial structure. I gotta find her. Hold on, let me find her. Let me pull up her
She's
Instagram.
like a pelican.
I follow her now. Hey, but what's her name again, Ryan? Sam. Yes, Samantha. I follow her. Hold on, Samantha. Sam Rams. Here she is. Okay, let me go share.
It does make you think what else can right? But I mean, to Mark's point, yeah, I think it's definitely.
Are you in the back of a minivan, Ryan, or is that like your work truck?
No, this is my vehicle, my truck, dude.
Oh,
I don't know if you can. Hey, real quick, look at this though. Let me see if I can.
What the hell are we looking at there? What's that? What kind of outfit is that in the left?
I don't know, but this is her mouth. She has like one of the biggest mouths ever.
So she could eat a cheeseburger whole.
That's 8 minutes. I don't know why I picked an 8. Look at this mouth. Look at that mouth, dude. It's unbelievable. That should be illegal, dude. Ew. That is too big. It is too big.
She's from New Jersey. No wonder why she has a big mouth.
Of course. I mean, dude.
That's good. Mark, she's in Connecticut, dude.
No, she's not. She's not in Connecticut. Shut up.
Swear to God. We talked about Skull and Bones a little bit.
Ask her about her butthole.
Wow. Look at her sandwiches. She eats
what is she going to do? Go into the Skull and Bones tomb and smuggle something out with her big cheeks?
She can fit it in her mouth. Look at this, dude. Look at that mouth, dude. It's so wide. It's like the Suez Canal.
It is very interesting, yeah. So
I like Venezuelan food. That's a good picture right there.
Think any ships get stuck in there?
So she's got another follower now.
Yeah, for sure.
Jeez. All right. Cool. So, Connecticut locals learning new things.
You should reach out to her, Mark.
Okay, great.
Dude, we got a conspiracy. Like, was she born near a power plant? Was she born under power lines? How did she get like that? You know what I mean? I think how that happened is that her dad was exposed I believe her dad was exposed to some chemicals in the military, and that his semen created a strong jawline, and that she was actually supposed to be a boy, and then they transitioned her at a young age, and that's why she has that mouth.
Neanderthal. She could be Neanderthal.
That's what I'm saying. Mongolian. My dad always said I was Mongolian because I was a Mongoloid, because I would always hit my head on stuff, and I would be fine.
You'd be Steven Tyler's daughter.
What's wrong? What's Steven Tyler's daughter all about? Aerosmith, Steven Tyler?
Yeah.
What is she? Does she look like a
big mouth?
I know, but oh shit! I guess because he has that big ass mouth. Oh shit! He does look like she looks like him, kind of, Ryan. Kind of. She has a little Steven Tyler in her.
Hey, but you know what? So I know, like you said, that this wasn't what we're trying to turn the whole show into, but the kid that had the world's largest mouth when it comes to like in general. It's a 16-year-old dude, and this motherfucker, his mouth is probably the size of your head, Alex. Honestly, it's huge, dude. It's insanely big.
Wow, that's weird.
Backhanded compliment.
Big mouse.
This is like full 360 for me, because the first time I had ever read a conspiracy book was Ripley's Believe It or Not. Because I don't know if you guys ever have read that book, but they do have some paranormal conspiracy type stuff in there, and they also got a lot of big mouth chicks in there too.
They do. They have the guy like put his lip over his face, or like put his lip over like that. You know, they always have weird stuff in the Guinness Book of World Records, and a lot of that is probably rigged stuff. Wow, that is the full circle of conspiracy stuff. So, Mark, it's just and how close were you to your 1 year anniversary that you've been doing a podcast?
Well. So the first time I was ever on Tinfoil Hat was like October 7th, and like Sam and I had planned it like a couple weeks beforehand, and I was like, well, I gotta have a fucking podcast if I'm gonna go on Tinfoil Hat, because people are gonna want to follow up with me potentially, and I don't want to just be like, yeah, follow me on Instagram. So I started my podcast, and it was really, I probably told this story before, but it was inspired mostly because I was so excited that Sam hired me. I went and told my family about it, and they're pretty well off, that side of my family, in the sense of like they all went to college. They all have pretty, standard jobs, teacher, lawyer, that kind of thing. So when I tell them like, oh, I'm working for a comedian in LA, like, they're like, what? that doesn't sound like a upward momentum. Like, they were so happy I was working for Amazon as a delivery driver. And I'm like, fuck Amazon. I got a better job now. And I was so excited about it. And to kind of feel like it fell flat on them, I was like, oh, my family thinks I'm crazy. And that's where the title of the show came. And I hit up my buddy Matt, who I've been friends with since middle school. And I'm like, dude, I know you're not totally into conspiracies, but you've heard me rant more than any other person that I'm friends with. So I'd probably be the most comfortable ranting with you. So I'm like, open up this book. I gave him Brad Steger's Conspiracy Encyclopedia. And I'm like, just read the JFK section and get up to speed a little bit. And my buddy Matt, he's like, all right, dude, you know, he gets up to speed. And we did the first episode about JFK because I'm like, well, the term conspiracy theorist was born in that era. That'd be a great topic to cover. And then I had my buddy Mikey on, who was really like the first conspiracy theorist I'd ever met. Because like he basically broke down the documentary Loose Change for me in middle school and told me all about 9/11. I had known a little bit about it, but Mikey was like the guy in my school who was a conspiracy theorist before anybody else was. So yeah, those two dudes really are close in my life as far as like friends go. And I'm happy that they were the first two guests on my show. And then from there, it was just like, I went as far away as I could. I got Rick from the Tin Biscuit podcast on, and I'm getting away from what you asked me. The first episode came out on October 5th last year. And then my episode with Sam came out the next day. So yeah, it's been about a year since I've had this podcast. And Alt Media United, you guys mentioned that a little bit. That really started because Alex Sakaris from the Skeptical podcast hired me to book for him. And I was so like shitty at booking for him because he's like, hey man, I need you to get a doctor. I need you to get a scientist. I need you to get like Wim Hof. I'm like, dude, all right, I'll email them, but there's no guarantee that they're going to get back to me, you know? So he was like, all right, you're shitty at as a booker for my podcast, but you know, let's do something else. So we started Alt Media United. And I don't know if it's what he expected when he started it with me, but it's definitely what I love, you know, cooperative that helps people. I think that's really in line with who I am. And yeah, the fact that you guys are all here is a testament to that. Cause I could have just done my podcast solo and just been like, yeah, I'll have cool people on and talk to them. And that's it. But instead I found like, no, I'm getting to know people, be yourself, make friends, don't just treat it like a professional thing where you're just going to talk to this person for an hour and never talk to them again. So, instead of just like being some desperate guy that wants friendship, I have something, to help you out with. Hey, I got a website. Let me put you on this website. And then that gave, a little bit of leeway to create these friendships that I now have, like with you, Alex, and Ron and Yogi and Dan and Andre and Ryan. Like you guys are all so cool for being here and supporting me. I appreciate it. That's why I was like a little flabbergasted at first because, I just knew this is totally new for me. But yeah, Alt Media United is totally, a project from my heart to the world. And it means so much to me that you guys are benefiting from being a part of it, because that's all I wanted to do when I started it, is help people.
You've helped a lot of people, Mark. I'm not just saying that, you've definitely become a good friend of mine, and we've never met in person, but I think that's what the future of the world is. I guess that's like probably what the internet was actually meant for, Yeah,
the only people that were on this call that I met in person were Michael Wann, Sam Tripoli, of course, and then Mike Romanelli. Ron, I've been to Ron's house, but I never met Ron in person. And funny enough. And then, unless I'm forgetting, everybody else is really far away. But that's what, I don't know. That's the other really cool thing about this, because, Michael Wann and I met just because I love driving and he's only a couple hours away. And the same is true for all you guys. Like, even though you're multiple hours away, I plan on driving and meeting you guys one day and hanging out with you guys, because this is what I set out to do, is actually connect with people in the world, and not just do some podcast. Like the podcast is just an excuse to become friends with all you guys. As funny as that sounds, it worked that way. And I'm grateful. I looked through my phone and I have like 200 plus contacts than I did last year. And, now I can reach out to a whole bunch of people with just like, hey, what do you think of this book? Or,
that's very American Psycho. How do you know how many contacts you have in your phone?
American Psycho? It says it, Alex. Look,
I know, but you know the number? I mean, I guess you have an Android. Maybe that's why.
I'm a booker, Alex. I'm all about contacts, dog. Come on. I gotta have everybody's email, phone number. I gotta know when you're available. There's a lot of prerequisites to doing this.
Dude, I know. I understand. You keep track of the people you put in your phone, but still that you gain 200 contacts. I mean, dude, that's like saying, like that girl the other day, she's like, oh, I gained 6 Instagram followers today. And I'd be like, how the fuck do you keep track of how many people, I'm
not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not American Psycho. I mean, look at how many books I have, dude. I mean, these interests aren't normal, but I mean, I'm here with people who resonate for some reason. So we all got a little bit of crazy in us, right?
That's for sure. Okay, so we're at an hour. So let's all talk about. Let's go around and tell Mark our last closing thoughts. We're gonna have a short birthday show for you, Mark, so you can upload this. And unfortunately, I have another interview that I didn't even know about that I looked at that you booked for today. So I have to do that after this.
Hey, you're talking to Michelle Gibson, bro.
Yeah, so I gotta call you and talk about this after this show. So we gotta talk and figure that out. So let's go down and kind of tell everybody, thank you I want to say thanks for everybody being here. Thank you guys for joining the Zoom link. I know, you guys kind of did this on short notice. Actually, not really. I think Tara organized this pretty well. It wasn't that short notice, really. But I just want to say I appreciate all you guys for being here because it makes me look like a good friend. And all I had to do was do the Zoom. So I appreciate you guys making me look good. And Mark, I appreciate you helping me. You opened my eyes to, stuff conspiratorially. Like I like talking to you and you're like, oh, what is it? The Rosicrucians. And now there's a Rosicrucian fucking lodge in my neighborhood and I'm about to go to that. So I'm saying I just was like, what's a Rosicrucian lodge? I was like, oh, that's the thing Mark and I talked about. So it's funny, just little shit we talk about, comes up in everyday life. So I learned, even though you're younger than me, I still can learn information from you. So I appreciate everything you've taught me. And I appreciate you hooking me up with cool guests. Appreciate you putting me on tinfoil hat. And I appreciate everything you've done for me, man. You've been nothing but nice. So thank you. And who wants to go next? Who wants to say their piece to Mark?
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it.
Andre.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Tara for, inviting me onto this. I truly wouldn't be where I am without you, Mark. And, thanks for all you've done for me. I can't wait to meet you next weekend in Vegas. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, it's crazy how we manifest these things, man. And just how good everyone is just in this Zoom call to each other and, how we're all coming together and working for a common goal. And, Mark, you've been a crucial role in all this for us. So I just want to thank you so much, brother. And I love you, man. Look forward to what's to come.
Love you too, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Again, happy birthday, brother. And happy 1-year anniversary too of the podcast. That's awesome, man. You're killing it. You're getting 2 shows out a week and doing all the booking and everything else. So dude, I don't know how you do all that and editing. I mean, fuck, dude, I'm surprised you have enough time for a girlfriend at all.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised she put this together with as much time as I've been spending. But yeah,
I'm really interested in that Tartaria book though you got, and I'm working on some stuff right now too. And me and Andy Rouse from the Deep Share podcast and Yake Hagstrom are gonna start a new podcast together, and we're gonna do it all about Bach Saga. It's gonna be called Roots of Creation, and so that's gonna be coming up next month.
And yeah, dude, by the way, guys, this isn't just about me. Plug your fucking shows. Andre Mytty, Ascension of the Chessmen. I don't think you mentioned it. That's your show. So please feel free. If you're going to thank me, this is like what I tried to say at the beginning. Like, this is making me uncomfortable. As much as I love you guys, like just the round table, like rubbing my feet is like not what I planned on. But Tara's amazing. And I'm so happy that she took it upon herself to surprise me with this and get all you guys here together. Cause I honestly underestimate myself and overestimate others. It's something Tara and I talk about. It's something everybody does in their lives. So to think that you guys would come and take some time out of your day to, do this, it just means so much to me. So please plug your show too, if you're going to thank me.
Yeah. Your last 4 shows or so have been really fucking great. I've enjoyed those ones a lot. And then also, if you want to find me, you can find me on Rising from the Ashes, and I'm everywhere except Apple right now. So
Why not Apple? Did you get kicked out of the Apple store?
Dude, I've tried to send in for Apple like 3 times and they just never send me a URL back.
So Dan, you got to go. You're on Podbean, right?
Yeah, you got to do it through Podbean.
You gotta.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Did you do it manually or automatically?
Manually.
You got did you set up an iTunes account and and they still fucked you over like that?
I sent it in 3 different times and they have just never sent me a URL back.
Yeah. Well, it could be title related, because I have seen that happen before, where if you have the same title as a show that already exists, they won't, because they don't want to double up.
Oh, I see.
Maybe we'll figure it out. We're gonna get you on Apple because we got to figure that out, Dan. We need to get you on Apple. That's like one of the biggest ones. Okay, Dan, you're the man. Yogi, what the fudge, dude? You've been quiet over there. You've been kind of creeping in the back, Yogi. I know you got something freaking, badass dynamite to say. Some wisdom, some real choice nugs, as they say. What do you got for us, Yogi?
I've just been listening to what everyone has been saying. And yeah, I think as a new podcaster, I've only had mine for maybe like 6 months and I'm slow to growing it. But to see how far Mark has gone and how much he's grown is super encouraging to me. And it's so great to have your support, Mark, and to be able to call you when I have questions or to plan out kind of like the next phases of what I'm doing. And yeah, it's so great to feel like I'm not alone in doing this, because, my life is pretty crazy as well with work and all the endeavors that I have to then have to sit down and record and edit and do all the marketing and promo, but didn't feel like I'm not alone in all of that, and that there are these stages kind of placed ahead of me to help getting onto other people's podcasts and share. Because I think it was like 2 weeks ago, going on to the Union of the Unwanted for the first time, got me to see how the community is so connected and how that helped me get some more viewers on my show. And then just to make a good impression with some other podcasters, where I got invited to be a guest on a couple other shows. So over, the next month or so, gain this opportunity to share what my work is and what I do. And I'm just super grateful for that. And yeah, I look forward to growing this community and being a part of this whole network. It's really beautiful.
Thank you, Yogi. And the Renegade Yogi podcast experience is where you can find Yogi Zoronanda, as well as Zoronanda.com. Come on, dude. I can't do that better than you.
I just totally forgot about that. See, that's what I still need to learn,
You got to learn how to plug, dude. You got to plug it up. You got plenty of time.
If we're going to make this a little learning moment, then, it's own who you are and own your podcast. I think that's what I did when I named my show My Family Thinks I'm Crazy, because it's it's kind of centered around me, on not to sound like that's egotistical, but then people can relate to that too, because it's like, oh shit, my family thinks I'm crazy too, so own it, man. Own it. Own the Renegade Yogi podcast experience, which was born on episode 19 of the My Family Thinks I'm Crazy podcast.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, Ryan, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Alex, thanks for sending out the link. Big shout out to Tara as well for hooking this all up. And happiest of birthdays to Mark. You've really grown into a handsome young man, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Yeah, man, really, really thankful that you'll come on my show last minute. You're very dependable when it comes to that kind of stuff, dude. So I appreciate that very much. Of course, connecting me with Sam Tripoli the way that you did. It's awesome, dude. And I feel like my show has definitely grown at the rate that it's been because of your help. So thank you very much. And just keep killing the game, dude. And I hope that you have some fun today, man. Do something, make a bad decision,
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Of course, dude. Of course. And I'm from the Dangerous World podcast. Sorry I got on late. Am I the only sorry motherfucker working today?
Probably,
other people seem busy. Brandon was farming, plowing. Michael Wann was driving the 40th parallel. Yogi's always meditating. That's a job for him. And Ron's in his office right now. So yes, you're not the only one working.
No, he is. Let's call a spade a spade. You're the only one working. We're all freaking sitting here on the internet about to freaking, eat Cheetos and look at Pornhub probably. But at least you're doing something positive, Ryan. We can't all be badasses like you.
Spreading diabetes to the rest of the world. I'm not doing anything good, so don't worry about it, man.
Hey,
yeah, thank you guys.
But listen, I want to say this, guys. Everybody that came here, we came, we saw, we conquered. I know it's kind of short. I know we
What about Ron? Give Ron a chance.
Well, no, I'm not done. I thought I did say to Ron, but I actually was going to end it. So thank God that you said that. But the whole time I knew that I didn't go to Ron. Actually, I didn't have any idea. Ron, what the fuck do you want to say to Mark before we go?
Just final thoughts, Mark. Happy birthday. Right. Thanks, Tara. Thanks, Alex, for sending out the link. And Tara set this up like over a week ago, so I thought that was pretty cool. And I was wondering, how the hell did she get all your numbers? Did she break it?
Because my phone doesn't have a password on it, and I'm always she's always waking up before me. That's probably what it was. She probably got in my phone, was sleeping, dreaming. Yeah.
Well, that's all right. But listen, now, and what everybody else has said is true. As you've put us all together, a lot of us have either been on each other's shows or we're lined up to be on each other's shows, which is really cool. And you know what they said when George Carlin said, "You're it's a big club and you're not in it." I feel as though we're part of our own big club, and that club keeps getting bigger every day. So thank you for that, Mark, because that's like 95% you're doing right there. So I just want to let you know that I personally appreciate everything you do for me. I know we get together a lot, and that's cool. And as your mentor, I'm always available. So don't forget about that. Right, but yes, thanks for having me on. And yes, I'm sorry it's probably a little loud. The haunted garage is very busy. So yes, Ryan, I am working today. It seems like I work every freaking day, but that's okay. But Mark, thank you, and I know that we'll be talking real soon.
All right. Oh, guys, my grandma's yelling at me. Hold on.
Grandma, Ma, the meatloaf. Well, guys, what a freaking show! I mean, we came here, we got emotional. Mark is yelling at his grandma about her making the meatloaf incorrectly on his birthday.
Mamay. She's French.
Is your mamay? Oh, so she's making you croque monsieur? Or is she making you what? Is she making you a French dish?
Well, French
pommes frites.
Canadian.
Pommes frites, maybe some French
Canadian.
fries.
You wouldn't.
So the gay version of being French. Different. Or is that the straight version, or the French actual gay version of themselves?
Yogi would know. He's probably met a lot of French Canadians.
I actually haven't. I'm from Western Canada, so that's a whole other world. Yeah.
If you speak French in Western Canada, will they kick your ass? Will they be like, get that French shit out of here? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like it's kind of like a New Yorker to a Southerner. Like, get your Yankee ass out of here, kind of deal.
Right. Well, either way, this has been so much fun, Alex. Thank you for hosting this.
I deserve more credit. I don't like that you're getting more attention than me. I don't like it. It's setting off a reaction. I know. It was just my birthday. We should be celebrating my birthday. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go drown myself in my toilet. And I just want to say, Mark, it only gets worse as we get older. And nobody wanted to say that, but guess what, motherfucker? It does, all right? So deal with it, and you're just going to learn to deal with it. You get stronger, and you get a better ability to deal with the bullshit. So that is a good thing with getting older. You grow stronger, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. All right, we love you, Mark. We're going to take this off the main channel, but we're going to send it to Mark. He's going to upload it, and I'm going to have this, obviously, on Rockfin. So you're going to be able to find this stream. I love y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Thank you for the donation. Peace. See you guys.
All right, guys.
Peace. Thanks, everybody. Bye.